Good morning, America. Polls are open across the country. More than 500 races, the Senate and House at stake. This year's election showdown.
After months of campaigning, Vote 2010 is underway.
Democratic big guns stayed up all night campaigning coast to coast to cut their losses.
We need you to get fired up. We don't have more time. We need you to talk.
With the Republicans set to install a new House Speaker, Sarah Palin continues to strike. Will the Tea Party doing well Tuesday signal the start of her two-year run at the White House?
The terrorist dry run on that package bomb plot as Yemen sends troops after the Saudi bomb maker and the American mastermind.
And for the first time since 1954, the Giants are world champions.
You heard the man, a giant victory. San Francisco takes down Texas to win its first World Series in more than 50 years.
This is a special edition of Good Morning America, Vote 2010, with Robin Roberts and George Stephanopoulos, live from Times Square.
Good morning, everyone. They are no doubt still celebrating in San Francisco. The polls are not open there yet, but they are open here on the East Coast, like here in New York City and also in Chicago, one of the most contentious and costly midterm elections with spending topping $4 billion. And so many auto calls on Monday from political campaigns that phone service was disrupted in New England.
Silence must have been pretty blessed for the families that had gotten dozens of phone calls over the last few days. You know, we're going to be keeping a close eye on a lot of key states as the results start pouring in tonight. Early in the night, I'm going to pay special attention to two states in the Midwest, Ohio and Indiana. They were both won by President Obama, and Democrats are defending 8 seats there right now. If Republicans win half or more of those 8 seats, they are heading to control
but another
of the
clue,
House.
Yeah, but another clue will be Kentucky, where the polls close at 6 p.m. there. And so that race between Republican Rand Paul and Democrat Jack Conway will give a first clue to whether Republicans can control the seat. And it's kind of like a must-win for them.
That's right. That's a hold for the Republican Party. And, of course, we're going to look at the Tea Party today. What will we learn about its force? There are more than 130 Tea Party-backed candidates running for Congress. Sarah Palin's played a big role with the Tea Party as well, and what happens today will have a big impact on her future plans.
Of course, we have our correspondents spanned all across the country out in force, covering all the angles, the key races. So let's go first to Jake Tapper at the White House there. Good morning, Jake.
Good morning, Robin. Well, the political terrain is about to shift dramatically. By this time tomorrow, top Democrats expect that John Boehner will be on his way to be the new Speaker of the House. The big questions, of course, how big will his majority in the House be, and what will be the fate of the Senate?
Marathon campaigner former President Bill Clinton stumped throughout the day and late into the night, visiting 5 states in the last 24 hours, ending in Florida, where he made one last appeal.
I think Florida is for everyone. I think I will vote.
The First Lady hoped luck would be a lady in Vegas for endangered Senate leader Harry Reid.
My husband, he can't do this alone.
After which, she crisscrossed the country to Philly to push struggling Senate candidate Joe Sestak.
Can we do this?
House Republican leader John Boehner, smelling victory, blasted President Obama for telling Latino voters they should, quote, punish their, quote, enemies for opposing immigration reform.
Mr. President, I have a word to describe those people who have the audacity to speak up against the big government. And, Mr. President, that word isn't enemies. They're patriots.
In a radio interview, the president acknowledged his poor choice of words.
I probably should have used the word opponent instead of enemies.
Vice President Biden rallied in Delaware with Democrat Chris Coons.
Go out and vote. I am positive Delaware's coming back. I'm positive America's coming back.
Polls have Coons leading Republican Christine O'Donnell by double digits. Her Hail Mary, a half-hour ad on local TV.
I want to go down to Washington and fight.
President Obama, meanwhile, is taking his last-minute get-out-the-vote efforts to the radio airwaves, hitting stations in Los Angeles, Chicago, Jacksonville, Florida, and Las Vegas today.
My name may not be on the ballot, but the future of the country in terms of us being able to move forward, create jobs, grow the economy, make sure young people get a good education, all that's going to be dependent on me having some folks in Congress who are ready and willing to cooperate.
And George, on Facebook, Sarah Palin declared today to be our Freedom Day. Our revolution continues each election at the ballot box. Let freedom ring. George.
Okay, we'll be watching that Facebook page overnight. Thanks, Jake. We're going to dig in now to the Senate a little bit more right now. Here at the board, you see the current makeup of the Senate. Democrats hold 59 seats. Republicans hold 41. So in order for Republicans to get control of the Senate, they're going to have to pick up 10 seats tonight to get to the 51 they need to control the Senate. Some of their best chances right now, Arkansas. They expect John Bozeman to defeat Blanche Lincoln, the Democratic incumbent. Also in Wisconsin, businessman Ron Johnson likely to defeat three-term Democratic Senator Russ Feingold. But the big prize for Republicans tonight in Nevada, the Democratic leader Harry Reid fighting for his political life right now, and John Karl is there.
Hey, I'll tell you, going into this, George, this race is unbelievably close. I have been talking to strategists in both camps, and they both, of course, have their own internal polls, and also there are the public polls. And across the board, this thing is seen as a virtual tie right now.
A virtual tie. And also, John, there's been a lot of early voting out there, and you hear different sides. The Democrats ahead by about 9,000 among the voters that have already voted, and it could be up to half the electorate. But Republicans say that's actually underperforming.
Yeah, and, you know, by the way, it's incredible, the numbers, because you have 40% or almost 40% of registered voters have already voted. In a midterm election out here, that would be a good vote overall, including Election Day. So it's a lot of people. The Democrats do have that lead, nearly 10,000 votes. But their lead is small relative to the number of Democrats in the state, because there are more registered Democrats. And what Republicans will tell you is that Republicans usually lead on Election Day. That's when their voters usually turn out. So they look at the early vote numbers and think that they are pretty good. But I've got to tell you, they're not, you know, unbelievably optimistic here. The word out here is cautiously optimistic. Republicans I've talked to acknowledge this race could definitely go either way.
Another real cliffhanger, Colorado. Michael Bennet, the Democratic incumbent in Colorado, has really held on here against Ken Buck. And both sides say right now that one could go down to the wire.
That is probably the second closest race in the country right now. And Republicans are looking at these two. Of course, if they're going to have any prayer of taking over the Senate, they've got to win both. I've talked to Republican strategists this morning who say that they believe they probably have a slightly better chance in Colorado. But Ken Buck is, you know, one of those Tea Party candidates who knocked off the choice of the Republican establishment, Jane Norton in Colorado. And he's faced a real problem in terms of women voters. So the question is, how badly does he lose that? You remember a comment, George, that he had not long ago where he said that he needed, you know, that Colorado needed a senator who wore cowboy boots, not high heels.
That's right. I do remember that. Independent voters key in the state of Colorado, especially women. Okay, John Karl, thanks very much. Robin?
All right, Nevada, of course, as we've been talking about, that's key. And then we have West Virginia. It closes there at 7:30. So a lot of key races to keep an eye on, including the battle for President Obama's old Senate seat in Illinois. Chris Bury is in Chicago for us this morning. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Robin. Voting here is already underway. The stakes are high. For the White House, of course, losing Barack Obama's old Senate seat would be a huge embarrassment. After all, he's put himself on the line, making 3 campaign stops here, including a giant rally over the weekend. But most polls are now giving a slight edge to the Republican Mark Kirk, a congressman, over Alexei Giannoulias. Both candidates wound up last night on their home turfs. Kirk at a bowling alley in the Chicago suburbs. Giannoulias, a Greek-American, at a Greek restaurant here in Chicago. But Obama's home state, once among the bluest in America, appears poised to turn red. Robin?
All right, Chris, thank you. And maybe the wildest Senate race, and that's saying something, is in Alaska, where a Tea Party favorite, backed by Sarah Palin, as you know, appeared to be coasting to victory, but is now in serious trouble. Neil Karlinski is in Anchorage this morning. Good morning, Neil.
Robin, good morning. You've got a tight three-way race with a big potential for chaos. It looked like the Republicans had this locked up, but the Democrats could pull off a surprise. You've got a Tea Party candidate, Joe Miller, who's been fading. You've got Lisa Murkowski, who's been surging, but of course, she's a write-in candidate and depends on people actually writing her name in and spelling it right. It's believed there could be a lot of legal challenges to all that, and when the dust settles, they think the Democrat, Scott McAdams, could find himself on top. In fact, former President Bill Clinton has now volunteered his help in just the last day or two and has recorded robocalls for Scott McAdams. A real nail-biter out here, Robin.
Yeah, it's going to probably take some time before we know for sure the results there. All right, Neil. And to Florida, where the Tea Party candidate is actually the favorite in that Senate race, and John Quinones is in Miami. with that. Good morning, John.
Good morning. And that front runner is Marco Rubio, a Cuban-American and a rising star among conservative Republicans. He spent the day campaigning all over the state, winding up here in Miami, where he took out the trash, telling reporters, you see, not much has changed for me. His opponent, Charlie Crist, the former Republican, now independent, also traveled the state, fueled mostly by Red Bull, saying that regardless of the election's results, he will remain an independent. And Democrat Kendrick Meek ended his day campaigning with President Clinton, despite reports that Clinton last week tried to get him to withdraw from the race and throw his support to Crist, which, of course, Meek never did. George?
Okay, John, thanks very much. So after the election results are in, what happens next? Take a look at how 3 recent presidents handled midterm defeats the morning after.
It was a thumping. But nevertheless, the people expect us to work together.
They demanded that a more equally divided Congress work more closely together with the president for the interest of all the American people.
We will work with them in a bipartisan fashion in an attempt to solve these problems.
And joining me now are 2 women who have worked in the White House through victories and defeats, former advisor to President Obama, Anita Dunn, and Nicole Wallace. She was an advisor to President George W. Bush, also the author of a new book, 18 Acres. And Anita, let me begin with you. You saw Reagan there, you saw Bush there, you saw Clinton there. Who will President Obama sound most like tomorrow?
I think President Obama will sound like President Obama. He will stretch out his hand to work with both parties, as he did after his inauguration. Listen, the American people are sending a message to Washington, and they're sending a message to what they see as a Congress that hasn't looked after their interests of middle-class families, and they're saying, listen to us. And I think both political parties are going to have to listen to this message, and that the president will be working with both political parties to move this country forward, regardless of the outcome of these elections. So
the rhetoric will be what we expect. How about on substance? Do you expect any major substantive policy shifts?
George, this was always going to be a time when, after the crisis that existed when the president took office, and after he averted really a Great Depression, and after working to get this country back on the slow road of economic growth, that we were going to see faster economic growth and a consolidation of these policies. But let's take a step back and look at this. First of all, the voters get their say today, and the voters are going to go and they're going to say, we want people in Washington to listen to us, to put middle-class families first, to work together, and to get to work on, building this economy again. And the president's done that for 2 years, and he's looking forward to working with the next Congress, and we think it'll be a lot of Democrats.
A lot of Democrats, but Nicole Wallace, many more Republicans tomorrow than there are today. And I wonder what you think the message they're taking from this election and from past Republican experience dealing with Democratic presidents. You look at those presidents right there, every single one of those presidents won re-election, although the 2006 came after President Bush's re-election.
Yeah, look, I think President Obama has a great opportunity to do something Wednesday morning that he didn't do after his inauguration, and that's to walk into the Rose Garden and say, I hear you. And it's something he actually could have done and maybe averted what looks like disaster for Democrats tomorrow morning. And after Scott Brown won Ted Kennedy's seat in Massachusetts, say, I hear you. The voters have never been satisfied that Barack Obama has sufficiently focused on growing the economy and adding jobs. And whether on the substance he's done the right things has almost become irrelevant in the mind of the voters, because voters feel like there are not a lot of times in American politics where they have a single urgent need from their president, and they had a single urgent need from their president of the last 2 years, and they don't feel like he delivered.
Isn't that same message being delivered, though, to the new Republican leaders that are going to be coming in as well? I think they know from talking to them that they have to focus on jobs, but they're going to have to make a choice as well. Do they choose to cooperate with President Obama and stand firm on principle, which is going to guarantee gridlock?
Well, look, you know better than I do that what's deep in these polls is that for a lot of voters, it is sufficient to make them prefer Republicans, just the idea of something being in Washington to stop Obama's agenda. His agenda is actually unpopular enough that for a lot of Republican candidates in a lot of districts around the country, just stopping Obama's agenda is enough. But of course they're going to have to get to Washington and not misread their mandate mandate. They're not being sent to Washington to remake it in their own image. The Republicans who win tonight are being sent to Washington to try to rein in what many voters, including those independents who helped deliver Obama's victory just 2 years ago, are now so worried about the expanding role of the federal government in American life, its size, its cost, and its power, that they want Republicans there as a check and a brake on Obama's agenda.
And Anita, you get the last word here. I wonder what you make of that argument that because these independents are so in play and because the president needs to get them back, that actually having more Republicans in Washington is a blessing to him because it means that he must reach out to these independent voters especially.
George, he's going to reach out to independent voters as he has, but I want to take a little issue with something Nicole said, which is, you know, the Republicans who win are not coming here with any kind of a mandate. Their political party has a lower approval rating than the Democratic Party, far lower than President Obama's. They're basically coming here because people are frustrated, they're angry, and they want people to work together. For 2 years, the Republican Party has simply said no, refused to work with the White House. I think that they'll have to undergo an attitude change as well, or in 2 years we'll be having a very different conversation.
And there will be dueling press conferences tomorrow. Anita Dunn, Nicole Wallace, thank you both very, very much. Our election coverage begins online at abcnews.com starting at 7 Eastern tonight, and we're going to cover it all with special election night coverage of Vote 2010 starting live tonight at 9:30. Diane Sawyer and I will be anchoring. Now we're going to go over to Robin.
Okay there, George. There's new information about that foiled terror plot, first reported here by Brian Ross. Intelligence officials were on the lookout for the explosives on cargo planes tipped off by a practice run the terrorists apparently carried out in September. Well, Brian is back this morning with new developments just breaking in Yemen, Brian?
Just coming in, Robin, reports of a major military operation by the Yemen government into 2 provinces where they believe the al-Qaeda figures are hiding, the provinces of Marib and Shabwa. In those provinces, they are looking for 2 key men, the alleged bomb maker, Ibrahim al-Asiri, who developed this bomb in the printers, as well as the American cleric, Anwar al-Awlaki, who has been the man who is sort of the ringleader or the mastermind, American-born, American-educated, calling on Muslims to attack his country.
As we said, you were the first to report about the dry run, and that U.S. officials possibly first knew of a plot 6 weeks ago?
In mid-September, they intercepted packages being shipped from Yemen to Chicago by FedEx and UPS. They believed it was a dry run. In the packages were religious literature and books, no explosives. They had an intelligence tip, and the people shipping it were tied to al-Qaeda. So they now believe that was a dry run to check and see how long it took for the packages to go, how they were carried. So they've been aware something could be brewing for some time now, at least 6 weeks.
I know you're staying on top of this investigation. Thank you so much, Brian. Okay. Now, Juju Chang has the rest of the morning's news. Good morning, Juju.
Good morning, Robin, and good morning, everyone. Well, just in time for Election Day, General Motors is unveiling its plan today to repay its taxpayer bailout. The stock sale and initial public offering will return about $10 billion to the government, reducing its stake in the automaker to less than 50%. Well, a U.S. Navy warship is steaming toward Haiti to provide disaster relief as this country braces for another crisis. Tropical storm Tomas is expected to strengthen into a hurricane and veer toward Haiti by the end of the week. There will be nowhere to run for more than 1 million earthquake survivors living in tents in Haiti and facing a cholera epidemic. Disney star Demi Lovato has canceled the rest of her tour with the Jonas Brothers to enter a treatment facility. A spokesperson says the 18-year-old, who has a history of eating disorders, reportedly fought with a member of the tour and is seeking medical help for, quote, emotional and physical issues. And it's a win more than a half a century in the making. The San Francisco Giants held off the Texas Rangers 3-1 to win their first World Series since 1954, when they were the New York Giants. MVP Edgar Renteria's 3-run homer clinched it, and hometown fans poured into the streets blocking traffic and, as you can imagine, doing a little dancing around bonfires.
They still are.
Exactly.
Renteria, he is something else when it comes to the World Series.
On fire, and such a young team. It's going to be great to watch them.
Yeah, it will be. Thanks, Juju. Congratulations to them and the Texas Rangers making it to the World Series for the first time. Let's get over now to Sam Champion with the weather. Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to start with Texas as well because there's some big soaking rains in that East Texas area all the way to Louisiana. Houston's had more than 2.5 inches of rain so far this morning, and we'll watch the heavier rains move toward Beaumont, toward New Orleans, toward Shreveport, Jackson as well. 1 to 4 inches of rain possible in a widely scattered area in that way, and I don't think that really ends today. Cold air, brutally cold air from Buffalo at 26 to New York at 37. We say that because it's about 10 10 degrees colder than normal in some locations today, so bundle up as you head out the door early in the morning. It'll get a little bit better by the afternoon. What definitely gets better is to the northwest. There's less rain today. Drier skies move in. Kind of a soaky mess day yesterday. That's the weather around the nation. Your local forecast is just 30 seconds away. But first this morning, here's our Tuesday trivia. Wait for it. Brought to you by the Buick LaCrosse.
We still have another 16 minutes till the sun is up, but here's a beautiful look at the bay right now with the green hue on the horizon, sun almost up over the horizon. Beautiful shot there. District looking good as well. Some scattered high clouds and some high thins are moving through the region, especially further south of the metro area. 35 in Arlington. It's cold. 31 in Frederick. Coldest morning so far of the season. This afternoon, only in the low to mid 50s with a lot of sunshine. No big improvements in temperatures. 57 is the warmest we'll get. That's on Thursday with a slight chance of rain.
All of America's weather in the next half hour, including we've got to talk a little bit about Thomas. This tropical system responsible for some deaths in St. Lucia could become a hurricane and head toward Haiti. So we've got to talk a little bit about that.
And still more than 1 million in Haiti out without shelter. All right, Sam, thank you. Coming up, Charlie Sheen back on TV as he files for divorce. We have the very latest on that situation coming up.
Also, Randy and Evie Quaid are due back in a California court today. Will they show up? You saw that revealing interview with them here on GMA yesterday. We're going to have much more of that ahead. No one knows what they're going to do. Meanwhile, the voting continues all across the country. Vote 2010 is underway. The polls are open this morning. You are looking at Chicago. Voters in Chicago have a big Senate race in play right now. That is the Senate seat of President Barack Obama. Polls beginning to open all across the country. I think we have a live shot also of Kansas City this morning. Let's see what we got there. There is a poll watcher in Kansas City, reporter watching the polls.
We said we didn't have control over the camera, and it proved that we didn't have control. But she looks ready and aimed.
And there is a big Senate race in Missouri as well this morning. As we say, good morning, America. I'm George Stephanopoulos.
And I'm Robin Roberts. By some estimates, 30% of the votes have already been cast in early balloting, but of course, way too early to know.
Way too early. Although in some states, it's even more than that. Out in Washington State, Nevada, some estimates that 60 to 70% of the votes are already in. Now, it's going to take an awful long time to count. We're going to have election headquarters set up all night tonight. Diane Sawyer and I are beginning our coverage on abcnews.com starting live at 7 Eastern. And then on the network, Vote 2010 starts live at 9:30 right after Dancing with the Stars.
After Dancing with the Stars. The show must go on. But in other news this morning, George, we have more of that exclusive interview with Randy Quaid and his wife. Are they really in danger here in the U.S., or are they taking advantage where they are right now of Canada's asylum rules?
That's right, and we saw so much of that interview yesterday, some more this morning. Also, an emotional admission from a prominent megachurch pastor. The twice-married father of 4 now says that he's gay, and he has a very special reason for going public now.
We'll have that in just minutes, but first, Charlie Sheen is back on television.
That's right. Just days after being hospitalized following a bizarre incident at New York's Plaza Hotel, bizarre is one word for it, the actor also filed for divorce Monday from his third wife, Brooke Muller. In August, Sheen pleaded guilty to domestic abuse charges from an incident last Christmas. Mike Von Fremd has more.
It's a good thing Charlie Sheen earns a record $2 million per episode.
I'm not going to lie about who I am or where I've been.
Where he's been may be why he's now agreeing to this divorce settlement, which pays his 33-year-old wife, Brooke Mueller, a lump sum of approximately $1 million and $55,000 a month to support their twin boys. He is still paying his first wife, Denise Richards, who also had 2 children with Sheen. On Christmas Day, wife Brooke Mueller called 911 to say Sheen was threatening her with much more than words.
Tell me exactly what happened.
You know, my husband had me with a knife, and I was scared for my life, and he threatened me.
7 days ago, Sheen trashed this luxury New York hotel room, seen here in these photos obtained by TMZ. And he was photographed with adult film star Capri Anderson. Any hope of saving the marriage was shattered.
The fact that Charlie Sheen is going through this public drama and getting this divorce is not going to hurt his ratings on 2.5 Men.
Sheen is handsome, rich, and now he's also about to become an eligible bachelor. He's managed to turn his real life...
Don't get the wrong idea. I mean, not every woman Charlie dates is a stripper.
...into a mirror image of his hit TV show. For Good Morning America, Mike Von Fremd, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Mike's a genius of understatement. Charlie Sheen, eligible bachelor.
That's one way of putting it. You got that right, George. You were talking about this just a moment ago, the exclusive interview with Randy Quaid and his wife Evie that Andrew Cranning brought us yesterday. Had a lot of people just, shaking their heads and not quite understanding all of it because the couple, to some, appeared paranoid, even delusional, angry, anxious about returning home to California. Well, this morning they are due for a hearing in that state, but it's anyone's guess if they'll show up. And Andrea is here, has the latest on that, and they really feel that their lives are in danger if they come back to the U.S.
They absolutely do, Robin, and that's why we're not sure if they're going to show up, and they have a very bad track record of showing up for these hearings. So they are extremely distrusting of the officials in California, to say the least. We spoke to their lawyer here in the U.S., who says he does, however, expect them to face their latest charges, stemming from allegations of burglary and squatting.
Come on, Doja Poop. They are due in a Santa Barbara court, but Randy and Evie Quaid could remain in Canada out of fear for their lives. They claim the police who arrested them in October for living in a house that didn't belong to them are also trying to kill them.
I also knew that these people were criminals. I mean, when criminals are trying to kill you...
They're the police, though.
Not in Santa Barbara, they're not. They're the mafia.
We showed him our deed.
The Quaid's Canadian immigration attorney is urging them to do the right thing.
It's my understanding from the district attorney in Santa Barbara that they have posted million-dollar bonds, and if they fail to appear, then those bonds will be forfeited.
The Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department reacted, telling GMA, quote, "It is incomprehensible. Our criminal justice system works because we are all allowed to have our day in court, but it works best when we actually show up." The couple has a spotty track record with the law. After they were accused of skipping out on a $10,000 bill at the Santa Barbara hotel, they missed 5 court hearings. Some are now accusing Randy, seen here in these photos licensed by ABC, of making light of his legal troubles.
You said during that Texas arrest the name of our judge was Cinderella, and we plan to have a yearly reunion with all involved. It was a fabulous arrest.
Are you making too much light of this?
No. Yeah,
Well, now it's gotten more serious. At the time, it's ridiculous. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. We're not criminals. I mean, we never committed a crime. It's horrendous.
After our interview, GMA viewers weighed in, saying paranoia to the nth degree, coupled with insanity. Can craziness rub off on a spouse? I don't think anyone believes their story, including them. They've just got caught up in all the lies.
We're not crazy, and we're not a witch.
You can understand that people read the things they read and think,
of course,
bizarre behavior, something's wrong with them.
Sure.
Because people are influenced by what they're fed, which is why they're fed it, which is why propaganda exists.
The couple calls themselves Hollywood refugees. Evie Quaid is half Canadian, but Randy isn't, so he is now seeking asylum north of the border, citing his claims that star whackers are trying to kill him in America. His attorney says it's unlikely that would be granted, but he can go through the more conventional channels to become a Canadian citizen.
And you said that he wants to get work there in Canada.
He
Go
does.
back to acting.
And we were just talking about this. He is an extremely talented actor, and it would be so nice to see him act again and turn his life around. And they say they are working now with financial planners to try and get their finances back in order. So hopefully that will help things. And if they show up today, then that's a plus too.
Yeah, hope everything does work out for them. All right, Andrea, thank you very much. And we have an extended version of your interview containing lots of material that we didn't have time to show you during our program, and it's on our website at abcnews.com/GMA. Time now for the weather. Let's go back to my main man, Sam.
Hey, Robin, quite the buzz that interview was. Let's talk a little bit about this storm Tomas and what happens with it now. We're going to show you some pictures of Barbados. When last this storm was a Category 2 hurricane near that island, there was a lot of damage, and they're counting at least 4 or 5 deaths in that area. Then St. Lucia, an additional 14, at least 14 deaths in that area by the count. And so here's what happens with this storm. As it curves around and gains a little bit more strength, it's gotten stronger in the last couple of hours. We feel that by Thursday it could regain hurricane status. By Friday to Saturday, be somewhere near Haiti as a 1 to 2 kind of strong storm, and that's just an awful lot of wind and rain on an island that doesn't need it. There's plenty of warmth off to the west here. We're looking at LA at about 93 by Wednesday. Vegas stays in the 80s, but look at LA going to 90, 93 degrees. Phoenix as well. That's where all the big heat is. Quick look at the big board on your election day. That's the weather around the nation. Here's what you can expect this morning.
It's cold, 28 in Martinsburg, 28 in Gaithersburg, 32 right now out in Chantilly, 39 at Reagan National, a little bit warmer along the waterways. In the low to mid-50s today and sunny, slight chance of rain by Thursday, but still cool.
And all that weather was brought to you by Halls. Robin?
All right, Sam, thank you. Coming up next, a prominent pastor in Atlanta announces he is gay. So why is he going public now? We'll tell you when we come back.
He founded one of the most prominent mega churches in America and has been pastor of Georgia's Church in the Now for 25 years. Twice married, a father of 4, Pastor Jim Swilley just revealed Monday that he's gay, a secret he's been struggling with since childhood. Coming out now, he says, is not simply a personal decision. As Steve Osunsami reports, the pastor hopes his public testimony will save young lives.
It was a difficult admission in front of the church he founded east of Atlanta. Bishop Jim Swilley has been married twice and is the father of 4, but 1 week ago, he says he was moved to share that he's gay.
I know a lot of straight people think that orientation is a choice. I want to tell you that it certainly is not.
He says he's coming out now because of gay suicides. Every one, he says, is one too many. He says he hopes his truth will save a life.
To think about saving a teenager, yeah, I'll risk my reputation for that. As a father, I think about, your 16, 17-year-old killing himself.
The suicides have certainly changed the discussion across the country. Since September 22nd, when 18-year-old Tyler Clementi jumped off a bridge after his roommate allegedly revealed his sexuality on the internet, there have been rallies and vigils, and one man started a movement online.
I was obviously gay, and some kids didn't like that.
Dan Savage did the first video. He called the campaign It Gets Better.
Hearing about these kids who are committing suicide, the reaction as a gay adult is always, God, I wish I could have just talked to him for 15 minutes or 5 minutes and told them it gets better.
3 weeks later, at a city council meeting in Fort Worth, Texas, gay city councilman Joel Burns was moved to share his emotional story, how close he came to killing himself when he was just 13.
Life got so much better for me, and I want to tell any teen who might see this, give yourself a chance to see just how much better life will get.
And soon, on YouTube, a chorus of voices.
It gets better.
I care. A lot of people care.
From the president to the cast of Jersey Shore, telling gay youth.
And every day, it gets better.
Bishop Swilley says he is proof his family, including his ex-wife, remain by his side. He believes that God loves you for who you are. For Good Morning America, Steve Osunsami, ABC News, Atlanta.
Boy, that is some powerful testimony. Coming up, from the weird to the wacky, the most memorable moments of campaign 2010. John Berman's creative take.
Well, let's face it, many thought midterm election, it's going to be uneventful compared to the presidential election. The two major parties outspent 2-to-1 by nonprofits, political action groups, which meant a tsunami of TV ads. Oh, those robocalls that shut down phone service in New England and all that. And so there were some memorable lines, 1, 2, or 3. John Berman, you've been covering this. How can you boil it down to 2
memorable
minutes?
is one way to put it. You know, before this election, we all lived in a world where man up was something you might have heard on a playground, where legislation was passed, not shot, with a gun, and where tea parties included scones and frilly napkins. But Vote 2010 has changed all that and stands to change much, much more.
This will forever be known as the campaign that brought us a new breed of sheep.
A wolf in sheep's clothing.
A new type of hydration.
Introducing Sharon Angle's Crazy Juice.
A new way to veto legislation.
And I'll take dead aim at the cap and trade bill.
It will forever be the campaign where slogans were turned upside down.
Oh, how is that hopey changey thing working out for ya?
Can we believe she said that?
Yes, we can. But
it might not be as bad as what the president heard from supporters.
I'm exhausted of defending you.
Even candidates from his own party.
He can take the endorsement and shove it.
We had some of the most profound declarations in campaign history.
I'm not a witch.
And
rent, it's too damn high.
We can all agree on both those points, right?
Yes, we can. But
But we also heard Sharon Angle tell her opponent to
man up.
And Vice President Biden tell Democrats to
get up.
It's the campaign where Republicans called independents bad names.
I've never had a heckler at the debate. I've always had them in the audience.
Democrats called Republicans bad names. Politicians called reporters bad names.
Those are corrupt bastards, Chris. That's what is wrong with the media today.
If reporters are so bad, why does everyone want to bring us places?
I'll take you out, buddy.
That kind of language can get your hair out of place.
Lauda saw Barbara Boxer briefly on television this morning and said what everyone says, God, what is that hair?
The bickering get you down? Then maybe you should
man up.
Or
get up.
Man up.
Get up.
Man up.
Get up.
Or perhaps listen to this former madam who wants to be a governor.
The career politicians in Albany are the biggest whores in this state. I might be the only person sitting on this stage with the right experience to deal with them.
Vote 2010. Can we finally move on?
Yes, we can. But,
you know, it probably won't be over by tomorrow morning because with the write-in candidates, close elections in Washington and Nevada, we could be counting for days, maybe even weeks.
All right, that'll give you a lot more material.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll come back and do it again, the after election in 2 minutes.
You've actually been coming here every morning, 6:45.
It's a political pregame show we've been doing here, GMA at 6:45 with Amy Walter, our political director, and it gives people a sense of the big political headlines of the day. But I think one of the most interesting things is it gives people a look at what goes on behind the scenes here at GMA right before the show. We've talked to you guys, we talked to Juju in Curlers before the show, and I think it's a really neat look at sort of a production of this size before the lights go on.
But it's also a direction in what we're doing online because you and Diane will actually start the election coverage online.
That's right. We're going to be online all night tonight starting at 7 o'clock. We go on the major network at 9:30 after Dancing with the Stars, but we're going to be online all night long.
There's a future in this internet thing.
You think? Thanks, John.
We'll be right back.
This is a special edition of Good Morning America Vote 2010 with Robin Roberts and George Stephanopoulos live from Times Square.
And the voting already has begun as we say Good Morning America. This is a crucial election, as we have said. Control of the Congress at stake. More than 500 seats, excuse me.
It's going to be a long day for you. Pace yourself.
Exactly right. Every seat in the House is up, many in the Senate, and it is going to be a long day.
Yeah, it is. And we're going to check in on the front line, so to speak, with some of our correspondents in a moment. But also this morning, what happens after a husband cheats? The answer takes this couple and our cameras into a real-life, emotionally charged counseling session. What they find out could help any marriage in trouble. And in just a moment, we're going to go inside the therapy room with Terry Real.
So gripping to see that yesterday. We're going to continue it today. And a milestone for Dancing with the Stars. Last night celebrating its 200th episode. Huge star-studded celebration. We're going to go behind the scenes of the show's starriest night. There's Chris Connolly, who's there all night long.
And ahead also, winter's big chill does not have to mean big heating bills. We're going to tell you the 5 best ways to winterize your home and why right now is the best time to save big money doing it.
But first, let's get to those races. We've been following them all morning. We're going to check in on 2 big ones right now, the tight race for Senate in California and the fight for the Pennsylvania Senate seat. In California, you've got 2 Republican former female CEOs of major companies trying to show they can make it in politics, and they are both in uphill fights. David Wright has been covering it all.
Morning, George. In the governor's race here in California, the former CEO of eBay, Meg Whitman, is taking on Democrat Jerry Brown. And in the U.S. Senate race, you've got Carly Fiorina, the former CEO of Hewlett-Packard, trying to unseat Barbara Boxer. Both of these women have spent a fortune, their own money, in their respective races, but the polls still give the career politicians the edge. Also on the ballot here, you've got an unusual ballot initiative. Proposition 19 would essentially legalize marijuana for recreational use. You wouldn't even need a doctor's note at a dispensary like this one. All 4 of those candidates against Proposition 19, but the Democrats are still hoping it'll bring out the young voters because they may vote for them. Robin?
I know you're reporting on that. It's got a lot of reaction from us. All right, David, thank you. And the Senate race in Pennsylvania, neck and neck coming into Election Day, with the Democrat there making up significant ground in the closing hours. This is one of the close races that could determine whether the Republicans can gain control of the Senate. So Ron Claiborne is in Allentown, Pennsylvania this morning for us. Good morning, Ron.
Hey, good morning, Robin. I'm at a polling center here in Allentown. This is a very close race, as you said, between the Republican Pat Toomey and the Democrat Joe Sestak. Toomey had about a 4, 5, 6 point advantage for many weeks, but that is closed in the last couple of days here. It is now neck and neck. The key here will be turnout. In this state, there are about 1 million more Democrats than registered Republicans, but the independent vote, which will be crucial here, is at this point going largely for Pat Toomey. And of course, this is a battle for the seat held for many decades by Arlen Specter, the longtime Republican who turned Democrat just a couple of years ago to help the Democrats get that 60-vote advantage in the Senate for at least a little while. President Obama won this state by 10 points 2 years ago. At this point, the polls indicate it is leaning ever so slightly Republican. Robin?
All right, quiet where you are right now, Ron, but that's soon to change. And our election coverage begins online at abcnews.com starting at 7 Eastern tonight. And ABC News will cover it all with special election night coverage of Vote 2010 starting live tonight at 9:30 Eastern after Dancing with the Stars with Diane Sawyer and some guy named George Stephanopoulos. Let's get over now to Juju with the morning's news. Hey, Juju.
Hey, good morning again, Robin and George. So much news this election day. We're going to turn now to a major military operation said to be underway in Yemen at this hour. The military there is searching for 2 men tied to a failed plot to bomb cargo planes headed to the U.S. The alleged bomb maker and the American-born cleric believed to be the al-Qaeda ringleader. Intelligence officials say they intercepted packages in September that were likely a dry run for the plot. And another developing story in Greece, a small explosive device has detonated at the Swiss embassy in Athens. Another suspicious package has been found inside. No injuries are reported. Police suspect domestic extremists and say this is not tied to the Yemen plot. Well, the Supreme Court hears arguments today on the right to sell violent video games to minors. The justices will consider reinstating a California ban that would fine retailers who sell or rent games featuring killing, dismembering, or sexual assault to anyone under 18. Game makers say the ban violates free speech. In medical news, new guidelines for treating concussions in athletes. A major doctors group says no athlete who suffered a concussion should be allowed to resume play until all symptoms have passed and they've seen a specialist. Research has suggested repeated concussions may lead long-term to dementia. Also this morning, a new study finds women who eat peanuts while pregnant may be putting their babies at an increased risk for a life-threatening peanut allergy. Researchers found the more peanuts new mothers ate during their 3rd trimester, the higher their baby's risk. Well, another tantalizing sign this morning that a royal wedding may be on the horizon. Prince William's would-be in-laws, Kate Middleton's parents, were invited to a weekend shooting party at Prince Charles's private residence. Royal watchers say it's the clearest indication yet that the couple is ready to announce their engagement. And take a look at this extraordinary sight, an injured bison being chased by a grizzly bear in Yellowstone National Park. The bison got away but was burned by a hot spring, so rangers later had to put it down. The photographer says the two galloped by him at about 20 to 35 miles an hour, and he ducked for cover. That was a smart move, I'd say. And now, Diane Sawyer has an election night preview of tonight's world news. Diane?
Good morning to you, Juju. And as you know and have been reporting, Americans are going to make their voices heard tonight. The whole ABC News team is across the country. It will be a historic night for politics, for the nation. All of us at ABC News will be on deck to bring everybody the action as it happens. We'll see you tonight, Juju.
Absolutely, we'll be watching, Diane. And that's the news at 8:06. Time now for the weather with Sam Champion, who's out there with people, I'm sure, who are headed to the polls, right, Sam?
Good morning, Juju. Hey, it's probably illegal if we take people's votes here. So we're not an official voting station here at GMA, but we've got a crowd. We've got folks from where? Where are we from?
Wisconsin.
Ohio, right? And now, here's a take. Savannah, I've seen the T-shirts that I love New York, but yours is the first one I've seen. What does it say?
New York loves me.
All right. Let's get to the boards. One or two things going on this morning we want to talk about as you head out the door and hopefully to vote. We're going to start with some pictures in Oregon and Washington yesterday. This is from Seaside all the way up towards Seattle. There's some very heavy rain. And it was record rainfall. In some cases, 2 to 3 inches of rain in that area. It is much drier today as that front kind of moves in. An area of high pressure backs around it, so the drier air gets pushed in there. Better looking skies. There may be some early showers, but they'll take care of themselves. In comes the colder air. That would be New York's finest. No, wait a minute. St. Luke's Hospital going by. I think everybody's okay. So we've got Chicagoland getting into the 40s, and the cold air goes all the way down south. New Orleans, Atlanta, expect some temperatures in the 50s and 60s over the next couple of days. And that rain from East Texas into Louisiana, that is the weather around the nation. Here's what you can expect this morning.
Beautiful day, but rather cold start to our Tuesday morning. Some high thin clouds working their way overhead. 35 in Arlington. It's 31 in Bowie and Clarksburg and Martinsburg. 26 in Berkeley Springs, West Virginia. 33 in Warrenton and 30 in Leesburg. It's a cold start today. It's going to be a cool afternoon again, kind of like yesterday. A lot of sunshine today, light northerly breeze. Most of the day will be spent in the 40s. This week, high temperatures in the 50s, slight chance of rain by Thursday.
We are live in Times Square, and I'm realizing I don't have a knit cap. Everybody else has a knit cap on. George?
Okay, Sam, thank you. Now, can this marriage be saved? Dawn and Kevin Nordine are trying to fix a 15-year relationship crippled by his infidelity. And yesterday we joined them for a raw and quite confrontational therapy session with our relationship therapist, Terry Real. When he left them, they were still apart, but with some hope of healing. Juju is back today with the second phase of their therapy.
Well, George, you saw yesterday they were emotionally stuck. And this morning, we're going to watch the Nordines move beyond the logjam of infidelity to the roots of their problems in their marriage. And everything is on the table, from displays of parenting styles to fighting styles. But it was their displays of affection that took us by surprise. Take a look.
Why wasn't that?
Kevin says she's always nagging. Dawn says he's passive and immature. Regardless, it's an explosive combination.
I want to have a co-parent. I don't want to be the bad guy all the time. I want to be the fun parent too, but I also want to know that I've got my back covered.
Now their marriage is hanging by a thread. GMA's relationship guru Terry Real has his work cut out for him. After years of quiet desperation, Kevin broke his wife's heart with a woman he met online.
I had just a completely desperate, boring, lonely existence.
Everything I thought I knew about my husband, I didn't have a clue, and I second-guessed everything. I had no trust. I had no respect.
With the marriage circling the drain, it was time for round two. Can this marriage be saved?
You wish you weren't so angry.
Yeah.
Their relationship had lost all tenderness, and Dawn wasn't sure she could get over such a gut-wrenching betrayal or how to crack her protective shell.
Right now, I'm so walled off that I'm afraid to trust him, because if I do, I'm going to get hurt again.
Terry gives her a harsh reality check.
Your mistrust is not going to go anywhere soon. You have to wait and see, but you can't hold the game up until that trust comes back, because I'm telling you, it's going to be at least a year.
And then Terry gets brutally, painfully honest with Kevin.
If you stay spineless and you don't take her on and you're not dead honest and you're not assertive with her, you're done. Yep. Your marriage is over. And Dawn, if you stay behind your wall, you're done. Your marriage is over. You have to stop being the tough guy, and you have to stop being the softy. It's unbalanced. It's been unbalanced for years.
After a day of grueling therapy, Terry asks the ultimate question.
What's it going to take to invite your husband back home?
Some time, a little bit of time.
A month?
Yeah, that sounds about reasonable.
Shake on it. Shake on it. Say what you're feeling, Kevin.
I just want to come home. I miss my wife. I miss my kids. I miss my family. I want to do whatever I can to make it better and to prove that I'm going to be a better person every day. You know what? I want to show my kids that what it's like to be a man and stand up and take care of your wife.
And finally, some glimmers of real hope.
Tell her some of the things that are going to be different from this point forward.
And I have my own opinions, and when I have my opinions and when I've got things that I need to say, I'm going to say them, regardless. I promise.
Look your husband in the eye. With all that new softness, speak from your heart.
I love you. I want to be a family again.
Me too. We will.
I want to give each other a hug. Take your time. This isn't the end, it's the beginning.
Yeah.
With the therapy session now over, Dawn makes an interesting observation about what the affair may mean in the long run.
Ironically, it could be the wake-up call we needed to actually look in the mirror and say, you know what, something's not right. And instead of going on and being angry and bitter at each other and living in a loveless marriage or having it go on just for the sake of the kids. You know, it's like, okay, something's got to change or else.
And I will tell you, no one in that therapy room is naive. This is an uphill battle. But I will tell you that before the sessions, they told me that on a scale of 1 to 10, they thought their chance of recovery was a 2. But after the sessions, their confidence made it skyrocketed to an 8 or a 9.
8 or a 9?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you brought Terry Real back right here.
Absolutely.
So we got to get your official opinion. 8 or 9?
Well, I'm guardedly optimistic. I think that there is some real movement between the two, and I think they love each other.
But, you know, it seems like they have an especially tough problem. Even though it was his infidelity, he's got to come back and be stronger and be more assertive.
Yeah, you know, one of the great open secrets in couples therapy, George, is how many men are frightened of their wives. How many men don't say what they need to say with their wives, but then go to the bathroom and mutter it into a mirror. This is a very common situation, and he needs to stand up.
And I think the other dynamic at play is that the mom martyrs herself at the feet of her children and is angry and resentful and then bullies daddy, and that is the common dynamic.
And that's the loop. The more he pulls away, the angrier she gets, the more he pulls away. This is marriage 101.
And we saw you trying to get them to break the cycle, but you're actually asking the people to become different people from who they become.
Different people. We are in the different people business. People come in with a marriage and they don't want window dressing. They want systematic change in who they each are, and that's what needs to happen.
So what happens next year?
Well, I think that they were going to form a coalition against their kids. They're going to be parents. He's going to stand up and be the tough guy. She's going to be his consultant. And I think that as they learn to be a team in facing up with these two difficult children, that will go a long way to helping their marriage as well.
The children were actually split. The son was living with mom, the daughter was living with dad, and they were actively opposed to the reunion and fearful of what that marriage would be like if they came back together.
Well, one of the things they were afraid of is that they'd stop running the show when these two get their act together, and I'm looking forward to their demotion.
Can you distill down the common wisdom for what couples have to do to survive infidelity?
Yes, you have to deal with each other. You have to have time and patience. You have to understand that the person who is the hurt one has a completely different experience than the person who is the hurting one. That person needs empathy and patience, the very qualities that might have been missing, which led them to the affair to begin with. So it's an uphill, but it can be done.
And Terry also prescribes transparency, so you have to let someone see the text messages and see the cell phones, and it'll take time.
Well, you gave us a good, clear sign of what transparency looks like, and it was just fascinating.
Thank
Hope
you.
it works out for them. Thank you both very much. I know all of you at home had lots of questions for Terry Real about your own experiences with cheating in marriages, so go to abcnews.com/GMA to read Terry's responses. And when we come back, what you didn't see at last night's Dancing with the Stars landmark celebration.
Don't have to wait until Wednesday to see the stars. They were out last night for the 200th episode of Dancing with the Stars. Celebrities from the past 10 seasons of the show came back to cheer on the cast of season 11. Chris Conley was there to witness it all, and he joins us now. Got up bright and early there in L.A. How was it, Chris?
I sure did. Well, early if not bright, Robin, and good morning to you. It was like homecoming weekend at Dancing with the Stars, with the alumni coming back to watch the class of 2010 compete.
The 200th episode of Dancing with the Stars featured returning champions, captaining teams of this season's stars. And competitors reinterpreting the best-loved dances from seasons past. Tied for the night's top honors were Jennifer Grey and Brandy. But by the time the after-party red carpet was rolled out, guest judge Jill Marini was feeling the heat for giving Brandy's dance only a 9.
This is the first time I judged and the last time in my life.
You're never going to judge again?
I don't like it because you judge high, you will look like an idiot. You judge fair or you try to have integrity, they're going to hate you for it.
True, guest judges served up more 10s than a Victoria's Secret show. And even Kelly Osbourne piled on the praise for Bristol Palin.
It's like she had to recreate something that had so much emotion, and I think she did such a fantastic job.
I'm proud of myself for coming out of my shell and just becoming more confident in who I am and knowing what I'm capable of.
You gonna win this thing?
I think we have a shot.
When you kiss me, fever when you live and learn.
Jennifer rolled 3 generations strong with her father, Oscar-winning actor Joel Grey, and her 8-year-old daughter, Stella.
Thrilling. I wept. Yep, I saw her at rehearsal yesterday, and my eyes just teared up. And then she just delivered tonight.
Maybe she'll be my role model.
The show's 11 seasons have served up more than 1,000 dances and 121 stars. Some got reacquainted last night, like Evan Lysacek and Erin Andrews. Season 3 winner Emmett Smith got to check out Melissa Rycroft's 6-month baby bump. Melissa, have you tried dancing with the baby bump yet?
She does enough dancing in there for me.
Tonight, another one bites the dust, but Dancing with the Stars keeps rolling on, amazing the show's first fan favorite and how big it's become. 200 episodes. Why do you think this show is still going strong and getting bigger all the time?
Because I'm not on it.
Erin Andrews, I think, spoke for everybody last night when she said the show is really just like a family. So there was quite a family reunion last night, Robin.
And it was great to see their families. Joel Grey, my goodness. He's so proud of Jennifer, isn't he?
He really is, and obviously it was an emotional night for her as well, and he was thrilled to see how well she did, and she had her daughter in the house as well.
Yeah, and she's at the top of the leaderboard again with Brandy, and we see that Bristol is toward the bottom again, or at the bottom, but she is one of the more popular ones out on the red carpet, Bristol Palin, right?
You know, of the people we talked to on the red carpet, the 2 folks who were being rooted for the most were Jennifer Grey and Bristol Palin. And I think it's for 2 different reasons. I think because Jennifer wears all of her emotions on her sleeve and people are compelled by that. And because Bristol is still something of an enigma and people are fascinated by that.
Oh,
so
that's bad news
those
for
are the
Kyle.
2 most fascinating characteristics as we keep going, I think.
What'd you say?
I was saying that's bad news for Kyle. He's going to get knocked out tonight. What do you think, Chris?
Kyle says he's Kyle was very happy with his performance, and Lacey said that in fact she's the one who gets nervous and Kyle never does. So he'll rock onward no matter what happens tonight.
And those rock hard abs, I love how he painted on his abs to mimic Max. Hey, Chris, thanks. Thanks for being bright and early. Thanks for all of that. The
Not a
competition,
problem.
of course, continues tonight. Dancing with the Stars at 8, 7 Central, followed by Decision 2010.
There it is.
Enjoy. A little plug for you. No need for Cher to turn back time. She looks better than ever right now. There she is, a sneak peek of the new Vanity Fair photos, Norman Jean Roy, exclusively for the magazine. And Cher will be here. Wait for it. GMA, Friday, November 19th, a rare interview. So mark your calendar for the one and only Cher right here on November 19th.
She does look amazing.
She does.
And
She
has
is
a big new
timeless.
movie coming out.
That's what we're going to talk to her about. Say Good Morning America, Election Day alongside George. I'm Robin.
Also this morning, temperatures are going down, but that doesn't mean heating bills are going up. It could mean that, though. How high depends on you. Wendy Bounds has the 5 best ways to winterize your home and save big money, big time.
Sure, it may be getting colder, but we've got a ray of sunshine this morning. The one and only Rachel Ray cooks up easy, and so delicious comfort food to keep us all warm all winter long. Looking forward to that.
We are. Also, the holiday season is time to open up your heart to those in need. But if there's not much to spare, and, you know, people want to give to charities around the holiday season, but we're going to bring Melody. Melody Hobson is here on tips on how to make sure you're giving in the right way, the best ways to give, how to check out those charities before you give.
Because people really want to do that, and they just want to make sure that the money is going to the right place and the best use. Also, speaking of the holidays, we've been having such fun with, you know, your 3 words. We love those videos that you've been sending us, summing up how you feel about your lives in just 3 words. So tell us, how do you feel about the holidays? Go to abcnews.com/GMA, upload your 3-word video, and who knows, you might see it right here on GMA. Love it.
Love it. And time now for 5 of our favorite words, Sam Champion and the weather.
Wait, I was just doing the math, George. Well, good morning, Carteret, New Jersey. Good morning. Well, we are so glad to have you. Who's this one?
This is Elizabeth.
Hi, Elizabeth. Elizabeth's like, yeah, I'm kind of awake. I'm kind of here. Look, I got up. I put my boots on. That's good enough. Yeah, there you are. Can you see you? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, you're looking pretty good. Let's get to the boards. One or two things going on this morning we want to talk about. Rachel's here, by the way. I mean, right here. Rachel Ray's right here. And we're going to talk about this low that's kind of shifting out of Texas over the next couple of days along Louisiana, along the Gulf Coast, and kind of maybe makes a move up the eastern seaboard. But there is heavy rain again today in that East Texas area all the way through Louisiana. We got 2.5, almost 3 inches of rain in Houston very early in the morning. Yep, the heat's on into the southwest, and we've got a cool morning start into the northeast, and that's the weather around the nation. Here's what you can expect this morning.
It's a cold start to the day. Temperatures right now largely in the 30s and still below freezing in a few locations. Forecast for today shows a lot of sunshine, high temperatures in the low to mid 50s, and then by Thursday a slight chance of showers. Some pretty cold air moving in by Saturday, upper 40s but sunny.
All that weather was brought to you by Kellogg's Pop-Tarts Toaster Pastries. And Robin, please don't ask me to get up. It took me forever to get down here.
Come on, Sam. Come on, give it a shot. Yeah, gracefully you can get up. Oh, you knew I was going to go there. And now for America. No, he's really going to stay down there. For America's consumer, winter is around the corner, and the time to get ready is now. Wendy Bounds is here. 5 things you can do to winterize your home while saving money. Good to see you.
Hi, Robin.
We talk about drafts, so we know when it's drafty. They're annoying, but also
they cost money, they feel bad, they make us want to crank up the heat, and if they're situated near a thermostat, they might actually make that thermostat cut on when we don't want it to. One thing I like is this twin draft guard. Now what this is it slides underneath your door. You can cut it to fit wherever you need to, and it actually gets the draft coming and going, which I like. Goes right underneath it, right down here like this. You can also use it on a window. It's only about $11, a small thing. I use it in the bedroom though, keep the heat on in the bedroom, turn it down in the rest of the house. Really helps in that capacity.
Because you said you could also use it for windows.
You also can use it for windows. Now, windows, another big place. Now, I personally love to caulk. All right, I will admit it here and now. So you're thinking, why don't I come to your house?
Yeah,
right?
really, please.
But there's a couple of products for people who don't know how to do it that will make it easier. Target's now just launched this product called Practicol. It's only about $5. It's a sort of all-in-one kit that can help you seal up the air leaks that are around the windows. GE has just come out with this product called Groove. You can put this on. You can dance to it. No, you can paint about 30 minutes right after you put it on. And if all that fails and you've got really bad old windows, you can go the
like
old
these.
standby, right? These are window insulating kits. Cost about $20. You put them on the windows with tape. It's plastic. Then you just crank the hairdryer on and you just do the rest of it. You just it'll shrink it right up just like that. And if you do it right, you will not see it. I've actually had guests come to my house. They've never known it was there until they sort of bumped into it.
So you don't even know.
Yeah, works really well.
And this is really, like you said, for the old windows like this, because those are harder to do.
Yeah,
with the
absolutely. And you've got sort of glass that's not insulated.
Insulation.
Insulation. And I'm going to tell you how to help get somebody to help you pay for it, and that is Uncle Sam, because we have a $1,500 tax credit in effect just until the end of this year. That is $1 for dollar back on your tax bill for putting in new insulation. Do it in your attic. When you've got any walls down, if you're renovating, do it there. Do it in the basement. Lots of new products out there. Fiberglass that's less itchy, healthier. This is recycled denim. Feels like blue jeans there.
Oh,
yeah, it's super soft, super soft. And if you're looking for a good deal, there's a new site out there I like called diggerslist.com where people sell leftover building materials. Good for the environment, can be good for your pocketbook too.
Okay,
now you're rubbing your hands because we're getting near the fireplace.
Well, everyone, who doesn't love a fire?
You love the way it makes you feel. You do not love what it makes you do to your energy bills. So this is a typical fireplace. They can suck heat out of the house actually. So what you want to do is make sure the damper's closed when you're not using it. I take a piece of this Roxol wool, stone wool insulation. It's very flame resistant and I put it up around the damper when I'm not using it. Take it out before you light the fire. Let me say that again. Take it out before you light the fire. There's also these new Mojo bricks out there. A Mojo brick. I like the name, but these are compressed sawdust. They burn hotter and they burn longer than typical wood without the mess of bugs and stuff. So that's some things you can check out for an old fireplace.
How much can you save? How much do you lose?
If you upgrade your appliance, now again, that tax credit we just talked about, $1,500, you can save 20 to 40% on your heating bills just by upgrading to a new efficient wood stove, a new wood stove you insert right into here. That's a very important thing people should try and take advantage of now. Now here's kind of the wave of the future.
What is this?
This is a bioethanol fireplace from EcoSmart Fire.
Have you seen this?
Amazing. Now, you know, we're burning it here. There's no vent, so you can use this product anywhere in the house where you basically have room for it. But again, there's bioethanol. It's made from renewable plant materials down in there. Turn on. You can feel the heat. Can you not feel that?
So do you do it for heat? But it's not in place of a
You could use it. Like, let's say you had a living room and you just wanted to heat that big space.
Okay.
You could have this in there. If you're somebody who doesn't want to mess with the installation of new venting, this could be something you could use for that as well.
You really can feel the heat
You
coming
really
from
can
it.
feel this heat coming off of that. And just quickly with people's big heating equipment in general, I would encourage people, if you have an old unit, to think about using this tax credit to upgrade your existing heating unit. And there's this product called ActiVent. This is for your vents. You can actually have this thermostat, which is remote controlled. This costs about $50, but it will shut on and off. You set the temperature. In a room where you don't want heat, have it shut down. In a room where you do need heat, you have it turned up a little bit. Again, this is a way people can zone their heat. Be warm in the rooms you need to be. Keep the temperature down in the rooms you don't.
Though?
Around $50 for this to replace per unit.
Okay.
But again, these tax credits, take advantage of them before the end of the year.
Okay, come on to my place and do some caulking.
All right, I'm going to do some caulking.
Especially with the gun and all that.
That's right.
Thanks, Wendy. We appreciate it. You can find out where to buy these supplies, plus learn more about the tax rebate programs in your state at abcnews.com/GMA. Maybe Wendy will come by and help you out too.
Right.
Next, your heart may be full of goodwill, but your wallet is empty. Innovative ways you can still give to your favorite charities this holiday season. Come on back.
Giving to charity is such an important part of the holiday season for so many Americans. Last year we donated $227 billion to charity, with a quarter of that coming between Thanksgiving and New Year's. But with so many people facing hard times right now, it's getting harder and harder for Americans to give. Melody Hobson, the president of Ariel Investments, is here with 5 things you need to know to make the most of your donations this year. And Melody, we did see last year's charities took a big hit after the financial crisis in 2009. But what's the most important thing that families need to know now if they want to give?
Yes, you're right. Those charities were down 4% last year during a time when people really need the money. The most important thing that we can consider is making a budget and not giving more than we can afford, and certainly not going into debt in order to give to a charity. As Americans, we're extraordinarily generous, but we have to be very, very careful.
And what kind of background work do you need to do to determine which charities will use your money best?
George, with over 2 million charities out there, there are a lot of choices, so doing some legwork really does help. You want to make sure that the money actually goes to the cause and not the overhead of the organization. The rule of thumb is to have an organization that does not spend more than 35% of your contribution on things like fundraising and rent and salaries. And there are websites that actually can help you do this research. Charity Navigator is one, charitynavigator.org, as well as GuideStar.org. The American Association of Philanthropists also have a website where they actually rank 500 different charities, and that's called CharityWatch.org. But you can also just walk into your local charity and ask them questions and do your own legwork and research too.
And you say there are ways you can give to charities without spending a dime at all.
Yes.
What are some of these alternatives?
Well, one thing, if you know you're getting holiday gifts from friends or family, you could say to them, in lieu of a gift, make a charitable donation in my name. You can also, in this day and age, get the equivalent of a charity gift card. Believe it or not, networkforgood.org allows you to pay $5, and you load up a card anywhere from $10 to $250, and then you have 1.2 million charities that you can choose from and make a donation. The downside here, you have to make that donation within 6 months or the money actually goes away. Your own credit card, American Express has a program called Members Give, where you can redeem your rewards points and give them to charity. You can also redeem those points for charity certificates as gifts for friends, and they have 1 million charities you can choose from.
Yeah, I've actually used that before, and it's such a great program. You can actually get on the website, and you can see the teacher you're going to hire or the classroom you're going to supply. It's fantastic stuff. But there are a lot of scams out there as well. How do you make sure you avoid those scams?
The scams come out in numbers during the holidays or when we've had a disaster. If you are at all leery, you can contact your Better Business Bureau. They also have a site, bbb.org/charity, where you can look up the records of charities and find out have they been legitimate and doing the right thing. You can contact your local attorney general. Always, always be wary of any inbound requests, inbound emails, inbound calls. I'm very, very leery. And also understand that a lot of organizations out there that are fraudulent do a good job of looking and feeling like a legitimate organization by just changing one letter in their name or things like that. So you want to be very, very careful.
Finally, most charitable donations are tax deductible. How do you make sure you get that deduction?
Well, you can only get the deduction if you itemize on your tax return and you're making the contribution to what is called a 501c3. That's the type of tax code for the organization. And you want to make sure no matter what amount of money you're giving, you have the receipt. So even things like people gave to the Haitian relief effort where they texted on their phone and gave $10, the IRS said in that situation, your phone bill is your receipt.
Okay, Melody Hobson, thanks very much. And many employers match contributions to charities. We have a lot more on that at abcnews.com/GMA. And when we come back, it's Rachel Ray.
Some mornings are more fun than others, and one thing I've noticed is when we're having a fun morning, usually Rachel's are out. Now that it's getting colder, we have some great ideas for cheap and easy meals that'll keep your family cozy and full, really. The queen of 30-minute meals, as we know her, Rachel Ray's got a brand new book, and it's called Rachel Ray's Look and Cook. She joins us this morning to talk about some of the newest recipes that are in here. Rachel, good morning.
Good morning, baby. How are you? The champion!
Look fab.
Thank you, baby.
Can I just say love the book, and here's why? Because all along the way, how many of you guys, seriously, when you are just reading something and you're saying, I'm going to make this, you get to a step and you're like, I don't know if this is right. I don't know if this looks right.
That's right.
In this book, if you can see it, every step pictured along the way.
Well, the Look and Cook, that's precisely it. It's like a paint-by-number set for cooking. There's meals of every skill level, and you can see how simple or difficult each dish is because the dish is depicted in pictures. This one, you need 5 panels to see how to make it. This one, you need 3. Now, that tells you not only in just a glance whether or not you want to make that for dinner, but it also tells you how much work you're going to be in for.
Yeah.
Like this one, you can see it's all made in pretty much one skillet. There's only 3 panels to tell me how to do it. Great, that's pretty easy. Some of the other ones have more steps, and they may be something you might want to entertain with, but you can tell just at a glance for 100 meals and over 600 pictures, literally how to cook step by step, every single step of the way.
Pretty pictures, and I want to say, did you see the cover? Did you see the cover shot? I know, I could talk to you all day. Let's get to the food.
Okay.
All right, so the first thing is, it's a shepherd's pie idea.
Well, you know, something that I get asked a lot is, how do I get my family to eat a little healthier, but they want to keep their favorite foods, chicken cutlets, shepherd's pie, things like that.
Right, because the taste is so good.
That's right. So when it comes to comfort foods, I think it's all about portion control. So one of the recipes in the first part of the book, the Look and Cook 100, is kind of an upside-down shepherd's pie. You roast potatoes, scoop them out, add a little bit of veg. I have a little bit of pepper and onion here, some paprika, so you're adding flavor to the potato.
Right.
A little bit of reduced fat sour cream.
Ooh, love the reduced fat idea.
Yeah, and a little bit of smoky Gouda cheese.
Okay.
You make this potato topping, mix it all together. Over here, you've got just 1 pound of ground sirloin.
Hear it sizzling.
Nice and lean. Yeah. Again, you add in a little bit of veg. There's some mushrooms in here.
Okay.
And then you make a simple sauce, a little pan gravy. I flavor mine up with a little bit of mustard, Worcestershire, and soy.
So you've got all the flavors that you love about that huge serving.
Without the big serving.
Without the big serving.
Over here, you take it and you restuff the potato. So you're turning it upside down. You put the meat in the potato, so you end up with a much smaller portion. And then you put the paprika potatoes up on top. And then you brown them, and they look like this.
Oh, Rach, that looks great.
So it's really adorable, and you're handing out a great comfort food, but it's in portions that are reasonable. So you can have all things in moderation. Then, after you get through the first 100, here's the big deal.
Okay.
There's 30 new 30-minute meals where I cook online, commercial-free. We can literally look and cook together.
So I can go online, put it up right in front of me, just set the laptop here, and cook along with you, and I know if I'm doing it right.
That's right.
Now, without the commercial break.
And no commercial break.
And people can't go, now, I know you did something special in that commercial break to make this go faster, Rachel.
5 cameras rolling at the same time, no commercial break first time in 10 years I've ever done that.
So it really is 30-minute meal.
Yeah, for real.
And we can prove it.
Really good.
Somebody's in the
And you're having the
Yeah.
baked apples. There's
I
even
am.
a few desserts and side dishes to go with the Look and Cook 100 in case you want to expand them into dinner party menus.
Oh, wow. So you can even take that menu and make it...
Right. There's like little simple desserts like the baked stuffed apples with
breakfast.
Yeah.
It really is actually, because I make my baked stuffed apples with muesli. Juju, doesn't it look like we called each other and said,
Well,
wear
I
the
was
shiny
right.
purple shirt?
No, we're twins, but I'm not rocking the fishnets like you, miss.
Well,
They're
thank
very
you.
nice.
Plus,
I love-
Juju,
Yes?
the accessory.
Yeah, I'm
you know,
not
I'm just
accessorized properly, clearly.
Yeah, well, I'm
You guys
going
talk
to
fashion. I'm eating the food.
I'm going to see Florence in the Machine tonight, so I had to rock something I could wear to work and wear to Florence tonight. Yeah.
Another tip, ladies and gentlemen, from Rachel Ray. But thank you for this, Rachel, because
Sure.
first of all, we also need to say that not only will we tell you how to get the book and how to get to her stuff online, but you can get the recipes that Rachel brought us this morning.
That's right.
All at abcnews.com/recipes. Rachel, fantastic.
Nice to see you, baby.
Thank you. And George loved everything.
Nice to see you, George. Juju. It really does look like...
ABC Election Night. Americans are speaking, and we're listening. One extraordinary night. Diane Sawyer, George Stephanopoulos, non-stop coverage with live breaking updates in Dancing with the Stars at 8/7 Central and streaming live all night on abcnews.com, Facebook, and on your iPad. Then at 9:30, 8:30 Central, Diane and George are right there for the ABC special event, Vote 2010, and they're not leaving until all the answers are in. Election Night on ABC.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Toy Story 3, now available on Blu-ray Combo Pack and DVD.
All that coverage starts tonight at 7 o'clock on abcnews.com. We're going to hit the network at 9:30 right after Dancing with the Stars. And as they said, we're going to go all night long, straight through to tomorrow morning. You guys are running straight through the entire New York Marathon on Sunday for a really good cause.
For the American Cancer Society, the New York chapter, they've raised $1 million with 300 runners across the country. You go, team. All right.
Good luck Sunday. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Across the nation, go to the polls. Your vote setting the political course for the next 2 years, sending messages about jobs and economic revival. And with disapproval of Congress, the highest in 16 years, tonight, the showdowns, the incumbents, the newcomers, the write-ins, the coast-to-coast cliffhangers, and the stakes, control of Congress, and a new light on the path ahead. And our political team covering it all coast to coast for tonight. World News, Election Night 2010.
From ABC News Election Headquarters, this is a special edition of ABC World News with Diane Sawyer.
And good evening and welcome to Election 2010. Democracy at work from Florida to Alaska, from Connecticut to Kentucky to California and everywhere in between. And we will get answers to big questions tonight. What does this mean for President Obama? Will Republicans get the 10 seats they need to take control of the Senate and the 39 they need to take control of the House? Is the Tea Party a permanent force? And what is Washington going to do about jobs and growth in America? Our ABC News political team is in place all over the country, talking to voters and candidates, and ready to report the news tonight. And we'll begin with the exit polls we have at this hour, which tell us what voters are saying right now. And George Stephanopoulos is here. What do you
We're
have?
starting to learn an awful lot, Diana, and the top line is that voters are anxious about the conditions of the country and angry about how their leaders are dealing with it right now. Look at the economy. That's what's most on people's minds. 9 out of 10 Americans believe the economy is in bad shape, 88%, just about where it was in 2008 when President Obama won. Look at congressional approval, same thing. Only a quarter of Americans approve of the job Congress is doing right now, same where it was in 2008, a big change election. 3/4 of Americans are dissatisfied with the way the federal government is responding to their problems. They are uncertain, they are unsettled, they want change.
The turmoil we heard about is showing up at the polls. So what do we know about who actually came and who stayed home?
Well, we know that in 2008 it was a change election that helped the Democrats. What we're seeing this time around is that Republicans and conservatives are much more motivated to go out and vote. than Democrats are right now, much more motivated than they were in 2008, and that appears to be what's making the difference in these exit polls.
And what about the president himself? A lot of question, would this be a referendum on the president?
Boy, it's starting to look like it, Diane. Absolutely. Almost 40% of Americans say they're coming out tonight to send a message to President Obama that they oppose his policy. 38% of voters. That's 14% more than say they're coming out to support him. And we asked, do you think President Obama's proposals, policies are hurting the country? A majority of Americans believe that President Obama's proposals are going to hurt the country in the long term.
A lot of watchful waiting at the White House tonight. George and I are going to be co-anchoring the coverage tonight. But George, as you know, we have been asking all of you out there to send us a word that best describes what you want from Washington next. And today, ABC News fanned out to the polling places to hear from the voters and see your voting energy at work. Ron Claiborne tells us what he heard. He's in a bellwether state, Pennsylvania.
Happy Election Day!
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. Election Day 2010. The candidates, of course, pronounced their optimism.
We're looking forward to victory tonight.
The larger the turnout, the bigger the victory.
There were final rallies. Senator Patty Murray campaigning before dawn in Seattle.
I'm focused on getting through the next 12 hours here, talking to as many voters as possible.
And while Bill Clinton was calling Cleveland radio shows targeting stations with young listeners a key part of the Democratic base.
I hope the young people listening to me, even if you don't agree with me, will get out there and vote today.
Hello, how are you?
Sarah Palin was also on the radio today, targeting conservative voters.
The GOP has to understand, that machine has to understand that we're not sending Republicans, common sense conservatives, to D.C. to sing Kumbaya with Obama. We're sending them to stop Obama.
The more than 500 Senate, House, and governor races today now in the hands of the voters.
Big decisions to be made.
The mood very different today than 2 years ago. From Pennsylvania to Kentucky, all over the country, more blame than hope. The crushing economy, partisan fissures, dysfunctional government. What's your mood on this election day?
Scared.
I'm a little apprehensive about what's going on. You know, with
about what?
All the fighting between parties.
There's just too much theater.
I'm voting against a lot of things this year.
We asked voters around the country to sum up in one word what they want most from Washington beginning tomorrow.
Cooperation.
Unity.
Change.
Healthcare.
Peace.
Stability. Statesmanship.
Equity.
Harmony.
Open-minded.
Employment.
Term limits. In talking to voters, you get a sense of people weary of partisan discord, weary of economic hard times, but Diane, not so weary that they didn't go out to vote today.
All right, Ron Claiborne, thank you. And as you said, very different from election night 2 years ago when Barack Obama was celebrating in Chicago. This year, the president watching the evening unfold from the White House. Jake Tapper is there. Jake, what's going on inside the White House tonight?
Well, Diane, White House officials say President Obama does not spend nights like tonight watching election returns. Rather, he spends them with his family, and they email him news when they get it. But regardless, everyone in the White House seems braced for a major change in the political terrain.
President Obama spent the day in meetings focused on the economy and national security, while his staffers were anxious for election news.
Days like today, is it nerve-wracking? What's it like?
You have the role of watching and waiting, and that's what we're doing, watching and waiting.
White House officials paint a picture of a serene president, but in Malaysia, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton candidly may have revealed his state of mind when she said she'd spoken to the president and, quote, "I think that he was a little envious that I'm here." Safely ensconced in the Oval Office today, the president tried to contain any potential damage with last-minute interviews in friendly forums. To young people listening to Ryan Seacrest.
I am optimistic about this country because of young people.
To voters in Nevada.
When you look at some of the stuff that's been going on during this election campaign that has, tried to fan anti-immigrant sentiment, I know that a lot of Latinos, feel under assault.
And Diane, just this evening, just a few minutes ago, President Obama added 2 more radio interviews to his schedule to radio stations with predominantly African-American audiences trying to get out the vote until the very last moment. Diane?
And when will we hear from him, Jake?
We'll hear from him when there are returns that he needs to respond to, probably not until actually tomorrow at 1 o'clock when he is holding a press conference.
All right, Jake Tapper at the White House tonight, and as everyone knows, tonight's vote will decide control of Congress. And there are a lot of big personalities with big names awaiting these results. Speaker Nancy Pelosi, will she still be in charge? Republican John Boehner waiting in the wings, and the Senate Majority Leader fighting for political survival at his home in Nevada tonight. Our John Carl is there in Las Vegas. John.
Diane, I caught up with Majority Leader Reid today as he was out working every last voter he could get his hands on to try to win this. The Reid campaign and Reid himself are cautiously optimistic that they can eke out a narrow win, even a win where he only gets 46 or 47% of the vote. He may or may not be correct, but a much tougher job is for Speaker Nancy Pelosi to try to keep Democratic control of the House of Representatives. The Speaker is in Washington. She is surrounded by her friends, her grandkids, her family. They are going to be watching returns tonight there quietly. The Speaker, though, came out briefly today to talk to reporters and is saying that she's upbeat. She thinks that Democrats can actually hang on.
With the early returns and the overwhelming number of Democrats who are coming out, we're on pace to maintain the majority in the House of Representatives. But the people have to speak.
Now, the Speaker's top advisors and top Democrats throughout Washington and throughout the country know that this could well be a very big night for Republicans, a very bad night for Democrats. But I can tell you, Diane, that even with the Speaker's closest friends, she is not talking about the possibility of losing the House.
And a word now about John Boehner from Ohio. As we said, most people think he would be Speaker if Republicans take control.
Republicans sure see him as the Speaker in waiting. He'll be watching also in Washington tonight. And he is saying, as people are saying, that he is going to be taking a very low-key approach to these returns. As one top aide to Boehner told me, there is no time for balloon drops or party hats when 1 out of every 10 Americans are unemployed. So no big celebrations from Boehner, but they're quite confident he's going to win.
Yes, they want to send the message, time to get to work. Thank you, John. And as we said, our team is out in full force to bring us the news from this election night. We asked them to weigh in with some of the big stories they heard and saw today. And we start in Florida. John Quinones in Miami.
Diane, the race that's getting the most attention throughout the state is for the U.S. Senate, and it's a heated contest between Marco Rubio, the rising star in the Republican Party, the independent Florida Governor Charlie Crist, and the Democrat Kendrick Meek. Now, the 39-year-old Rubio is being called the poster child of the mainstream component of the Tea Party movement. But he's hardly the only candidate that's counting on Tea Party support. That party is supporting and backing a total of 9 candidates for the U.S. Senate, and 8 of them have a pretty good chance of winning tonight. And then there's the House. 129 candidates there also have the backing of the Tea Party movement. Now, this group has been around less than 2 years, and this election is being called the coming out party for it. We should know by later this evening what influence this Tea Party has had on the elections.
I'm Cynthia McFadden here in Chicago, where all eyes are on the Senate seat once belonging to President Barack Obama. Democrat Alexi Giannoulias is running neck and neck with Republican Mark Kirk in what many believe will be a barometer of just how much political sway the president still has in mobilizing young voters. If you remember, Obama carried his home state by more than 1.3 million votes back in 2008, riding that vast energy and support among independents and first-time voters. But only 39% of those under 30 say they're certain to vote in this election, which has the Democrats worried. Don't forget, Republicans have made it clear from the start they consider winning the seat once held by the president a stunning rebuke to him and a particularly tasty and symbolic prize.
I'm Bill Weir in Los Angeles, where tonight lady millionaires are trying to burn through California's traditional Democratic firewall. The big questions, will Carly Fiorina, using some of her Hewlett-Packard fortune, be able to unseat 3-term Senator Barbara Boxer? And in the race to replace the governor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, will Meg Whitman's $160 million be enough to stop a gubernatorial sequel from Democrat Jerry Brown? Whitman, along with Rick Scott in Florida and Linda McMahon in Connecticut, are 3 conservatives who spent a combined $250 billion of their own dollars on their campaigns, despite the fact that in the last 10 years, 9 out of every 10 self-funded candidates has lost.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi in Washington State, where incumbent Patty Murray is in a tight race with her Republican challenger, Dino Rossi. Now, Murray started her career in politics here locally. She worked with education, trying to save a local preschool. She was dismissed by her critics as just a mom in tennis shoes, but she used that and won a place in the Senate in 1992. But now, after 3 terms and more than 18 years in D.C., Rossi says she's part of the problem. Incumbents, even junior members of Congress, are having real problems this year. 55 freshman and sophomore Democrats are in tough races. They were elected to shake things up in Washington. Now they may be shaken out.
Well, Sharon, we're going to be staying up late for those results, and it is an exciting night. We are just getting started. We'll be streaming the broadcast on Facebook at 8 o'clock Eastern. Our full network coverage begins at 9:30 Eastern, and you can follow minute by minute at Facebook and abcnews.com. But we do want to bring you some of the other news today. Tonight, that terror plot involving cargo planes is raising troubling new questions about a fiery UPS plane crash 2 months ago. Our Martha Raddatz has learned more about what was on that plane when it went down.
It has always been a mystery, but now even more so. The 747 UPS plane took off from Dubai on September 3rd. Just 25 minutes into the flight, pilots noticed smoke and a fire indicator in the cargo area. The plane turned back but crashed before reaching the airport. The initial investigation indicated lithium batteries on board may have ignited, although no one could determine how.
ABC News has learned there were packages from Yemen on board the flight, although they were not thought to be in the same area where the fire began. But many questions remain, and one official told me we may never know what happened.
In Yemen today, thousands of Yemeni forces were looking for bomb maker Ibrahim Asiri, seen here hugging his younger brother before sending him on a suicide mission, and later listening to the explosion from a cell phone. The Yemenis insist they will find Asiri. U.S. officials are skeptical. Martha Raddatz, ABC News, Washington.
And coming up after a break here on World News, can an expectant mother's diet bring on peanut allergies in a child? And if you think this campaign got personal, wait until you hear what Thomas Jefferson did.
This is ABC World News with Diane Sawyer, brought to you by T. Rowe Price.
As any parent knows, peanut allergies can be deadly. More than 1 million children in the U.S. suffer from them, and that number is on the rise. But what if a mother, simply by changing what she eats during pregnancy, could prevent her child from having a peanut allergy in the first place? A new study suggests that could be in the future. Andrea Canning reports.
It's the nut that makes parents crazy. Even a trace amount of peanuts can be life-threatening for some children who are allergic.
Children and food allergies can be very scary.
But now a new study shows that protecting children from peanuts may need to begin as early as pregnancy.
Women who had ingested peanut more frequently during pregnancy had children who had stronger positive tests for peanut allergy.
The more than 500 children observed in the study were found 3 times more likely to test positive on an allergy sensitivity test if the mother ate peanuts, though the test is no guarantee they will develop the allergy. Overall, peanut allergies have tripled over the past decade, and doctors are still searching for the reason why.
In 2000, the American Academy of Pediatrics told mothers to avoid peanuts during pregnancy, but in 2008 changed their minds. So clearly more studies need to be done before public policy changes again.
But for now, the news has some mothers taking the food for thought to heart.
Absolutely. I would avoid it next time a little bit while I was pregnant.
It's like not drinking when you're pregnant or something. Just gotta make sacrifices, I guess.
Andrea Canning, ABC News, New York.
And coming up, a surprising lesson the Founding Fathers give us on this election night. All of us who've been watching television this long election season don't need a study to tell us, but one does, that there were more negative campaign ads this year than any year on record. But the noble Founding Fathers remind us tonight that we can pull out the attacks and then pull together. Here's John Berman.
The demon sheep, the devilish drinks,
Crazy juice.
the downright emasculation.
Man up.
It's been bad, right?
It's getting nasty out there.
Candidates have taken dirty to a whole new level.
New level? Like this one?
Campaign of almost unequaled rancor.
This one?
This is the dirtiest campaign in history.
Or this one?
This year's campaign is shaping up as the dirtiest since
it turns out we've been doing dirty for hundreds of years. Vote 84, 1884. One of the favorite slogans? Ma, ma, where's my pa? That was hurled at Grover Cleveland, who had a child out of wedlock. 1828, supporters of John Quincy Adams put out pamphlets saying Andrew Jackson's mother was a prostitute, his wife a bigamist, and that Jackson himself a murderer. 1800, John Adams versus Thomas Jefferson. Reason TV produced ads based on actual rhetoric from the day.
John Adams is a blind, bald, crippled, toothless man. If Thomas Jefferson wins, murder, robbery, rape, adultery, and incest will be openly taught and practiced.
The fact of the matter is, if you think Campaign 2010 is epically, unprecedentedly uncivil, you might just have to
man up, Harry.
Yes, Vote 2010 might be unseemly, unoriginal,
I will not yield,
uninspiring.
Hell no, you can't.
But one thing it is not is un-American. John Berman, ABC News, New York.
Wouldn't it be great if it's a new day tomorrow? And coming up, our powerhouse political team gets things started right here at ABC's election headquarters.
Tomorrow, the winners, the losers, the morning after America votes. How will things be different now in Washington and where you live? GMA with nonstop coverage. George, Robin, joined by Diane Sawyer for a special Good Morning America on ABC.
And I'm here now with George Stephanopoulos. We're getting ready at ABC News election headquarters to cover the election throughout the night.
And one of the things we're going to have tonight is an unprecedented online town hall moderated by David Muir. He's doing that with Facebook. And David, you're unveiling some brand new technology tonight.
Absolutely right, George and Diane. And as you mentioned, it is unprecedented that ABC News is teaming up with Facebook for a town hall. You can see here behind me at Arizona State University, the Cronkite School. They are ready to take part in this American conversation tonight. Randy Zuckerberg from Facebook. And look what Facebook can do this year. The first time ever, they're able to track which candidates are being talked about the most. Harry Reid right now at this hour in the Senate column. At the top of the governor's column, Meg Whitman. And this changes minute to minute. Take a look at the next screen and you can see who's gone to their wall. Which Facebook members here in America have said, I voted. 104,320 Americans per hour. And you can see how it's gone up steadily throughout this election day. And one other thing we're doing here, and we want people to come to Facebook and leave a comment, is help to keep the campaigns honest. Bill Adair right behind us from PolitiFact is here 7 hours straight. So we hope you'll take part in the conversation. ABCNews.com, ABC News at Facebook. And Diane and George, I know you're going to be joining me very soon. Can't wait.
So, David, you're going to be able to fact check in real time?
We're going to be able to fact check in real time the sort of comments that come across on Facebook throughout the evening, what Americans are saying about particular candidates. And of course, Bill is here with the moments in the last week that he believes were pivotal in the way these campaigns have gone. And we'll see if Facebook can predict what happens at the end of the night.
Well, we've got our team of analysts streaming in all over election headquarters here, getting ready to analyze the results tonight, George.
We want to know what you think the country should be doing about jobs, the economy, health care, all of the big issues.
You have your caffeine?
And a little Red Bull, too.
Stoke up. We'll be with you throughout this big, exciting night. Sending messages about jobs and economic revival. And with disapproval of Congress, the highest in 16 years, tonight, the showdowns, the incumbents, the newcomers, the write-ins, the coast-to-coast cliffhangers, and the stakes, control of Congress, and a new light on the path ahead. And our political team covering it all coast to coast for tonight. World News, Election Night 2010.
From ABC News Election Headquarters, this is a special edition of ABC World News with Diane Sawyer.
And here with George Stephanopoulos as we continue our election coverage. Busy election night, 8:30 in the East. The results are rolling in. Trends are starting to take shape, George. And once again, let's talk about those two numbers we're going to be watching all night.
That's right. Senate Republicans need to pick up 10 seats in the Senate in order to take control of the Senate, 39 seats in the House to take control of the House. And we do have some results out of the state of Arkansas right now, a Republican pickup. Congressman John Bozeman has defeated incumbent Senator Blanche Lincoln. of Arkansas. She was seeking a third term. Bozeman has won. Going away now, we're projecting him as the winner. Also, another pickup for the Republicans in the state of Indiana. Former Senator Dan Coats will be returning to the Senate. He has defeated Congressman Brad Ellsworth. So Republicans have picked up 2 of the 10 seats they need.
In Connecticut, however, they got a break. And Richard Blumenthal has won there. For a while, it looked fairly close with Linda McMahon, she a former CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment. But she has been defeated, and Richard Blumenthal has won, holding on to that seat for the Democrats. In North Carolina, not a surprise here, but Senator Richard Burr has won re-election. Oh, we have Kentucky up right now. That is Rand Paul. Rand Paul, who won in Kentucky tonight, a Tea Party candidate, won the race there. And in Florida tonight, Marco Rubio, big win for him. He is a Tea Party candidate as well. The Republican defeating Charlie Crist was his closest contender. And in North Carolina tonight, we have word in, as I said, that Senator Richard Burr has won re-election.
And not a surprise here, but Democratic Senator Pat Leahy has held his seat, seeking a 7th term in Vermont. Republicans have picked up 2 seats so far. Again, they need 10 to control the Senate.
That's right. They are hoping that red gauge climbs and climbs and climbs. But we also have exit polling, George, that is telling us a lot about who is turning out and what they're saying when they do.
Absolutely. We're learning there's a conservative surge. So far this year, we're learning that voters are as concerned about the economy as they were in 2008, but no happier with who's in power right now. 40% of voters have come out now and said that they are coming out to oppose President Obama.
All right, let's go to Ron Claiborne. He has been at the polls with all of you who were voting today, and we wanted to know what you had to say in that bellwether state of Pennsylvania about what you're feeling and thinking as you vote.
Good evening. I'm Terry Moran reporting from the Republican Victory Party here in Washington, D.C. on a big night for the GOP at 11:35 p.m. Eastern Time. It looks for sure as if the Republicans will wrest control of the House of Representatives back from the Democrats. It looks like they'll fall short in the Senate. But what a remarkable accomplishment this is. A couple of years ago, the night Barack Obama was elected, it looked as if the Republican Party had been banished to the political wilderness. Tonight, a very different story, and we will have full coverage right across the country tonight on Nightline. Tonight on Nightline, here comes the wave. It's a big, big night for the Republican Party and the Tea Party, too, as dozens of seats turn from blue to red. House Party, Nancy Pelosi is out. John Boehner is in as the Democrats lose control of the House in tonight's historic election, although they appear to have avoided the worst. And the new political reality from Washington, D.C. to Chicago to California. Nightline is live across the country with all the results and the analysis of Election 2010 in a special program starting right now.
From the global resources of ABC News, live with Terry Moran in Washington, Cynthia McFadden in Chicago, and Bill Weir in Los Angeles. This is a special election edition of Nightline, November 2nd, 2010.
In just a minute, right here behind me, the next Speaker of the House, John Boehner, Republican of Ohio, will be speaking. We'll be covering it right across the country tonight. My co-anchors, Cynthia McFadden, she's in Chicago covering the Middle West battlegrounds, and Bill Weir out in Los Angeles where the votes are still coming in. Cynthia, what's going on there?
Well, Terry, I'm with a group of Democrats who still hope to maintain Barack Obama's Senate seat. It is a squeaker of a race right down to about a point between. And I've got to tell you, Terry, these folks are still hopeful tonight. They are not about to concede. This is a seat for the bragging rights. The Republicans want to be able to say they took Barack Obama's Senate seat, but it's not decided yet. Terry?
All right, and Bill, they're still counting votes out on the West Coast. A couple of key battles out there.
They are. We're at Barbara Boxer headquarters, and all indications point that she will be going back to the Senate for a 4th term. It looks like California will once again be a Democrats' firewall out here. But what better place to measure the magnitude of what Sarah Palin called an Republican earthquake today. We'll talk about the Meg Whitman race, the legalizing marijuana race, also global warming initiatives on this. So much to talk about here from the Golden State, Terry.
and so much to talk about right across the country. It is an earthquake here in Washington. If you think about the flip-flopping of power here in Washington from a Republican ascendancy and then Democrats roaring back in 2006 and 2008, and now Republicans taking back power in the House of Representatives. One thing you hear again and again from Republicans here, and you'll hear from the podium, thank you for the second chance. That is essentially their message. They want to say they aren't the same Republicans who were governing from 2000 to 2006. And let's now go to the decision desk. Our anchors in New York, Diane Sawyer and George Stephanopoulos, for a recap of everything that's happening while we're waiting for the next Speaker of the House.
And
Diane and George?
Thank you, Terry. And, and Diane, when John Boehner takes that podium, he's going to say this is not a celebration, even though he's going to be the new Speaker of the House. But what a win tonight for the Republicans. Look at where they have picked up seats in the House. 5 seats in the state of Ohio, 5 seats in Pennsylvania, 3 in Florida, 3 in Illinois, 2 in Indiana. They are cutting a swath across the Midwest. Of course, they need 39 to win. They are going to exceed that. They need 10 seats in the Senate in order to take control. So far, they picked up 4.
At this moment, 4 picked up, and the switches are in North Dakota, Arkansas, Indiana, and Wisconsin. Let's run through this again. In Wisconsin, businessman Ron Johnson has defeated 3-term Senator Russ Feingold. Out in North Dakota, Governor John Hoeven has won a seat there, switching that seat. Congressman John Boozman in Arkansas defeated Senator Blanche Lincoln, who tried to hang on after her votes with the president. Former Senator Dan Coates has switched a seat in Indiana. As we know, Barack Obama won Indiana 50-49 in 2008. Pennsylvania, no projection yet. Some of these are nail-biting down to the wire. Illinois, no projection. We heard from Cynthia earlier how hotly contested that is. Out in Washington State, where Senator Patty Murray is seeking a 4th term, businessman Dina Rossi still giving her a run for her money. No projection out there. And we have no projection in Nevada, where we've heard there are power outages, and some of the polls are having to deal with that right now. But in Nevada, no projection yet. Just a very close call. And let's talk about the governors, because I just saw that come up.
Actually,
if
I may interrupt you, I'm just hearing now that John Boehner is about to take the stage in Washington, so let's go back to Terry Moran.
Oh, good.
And I throw to Boehner. All right, and right here, the next Speaker of the House, John Boehner, has just taken the podium.
And I want to thank all of our candidates, our supporters, our volunteers who've worked so hard to make this moment possible. Let me just say this. It's clear tonight who the winners really are, and that's the American people. It was the American people's voice that was heard at the ballot box, the American people's voice. And listen, I'm going to be brief because we've got real work to do, and frankly, this is not a time for celebration. Not when 1 out of 10 of our fellow citizens is out of work, not when we've buried our children under a mountain of debt, and not when our Congress is held in such low esteem. This is a time to roll up our sleeves, a time to look forward with determination, and to take the first steps toward building a better future for our kids and our grandkids. Across the country right now, we're witnessing a repudiation of Washington, a repudiation of big government, and a repudiation of politicians who refuse to listen to the American people. Of course, this campaign's not over yet. To the folks out west where the polls may still be open, this is the time to seize that moment and make sure your voice is heard, to reject the spending sprees, the bailouts, the backroom deals, the takeovers, and all the nonsense, and to join your fellow Americans in putting Washington on notice. Because for far too long, Washington's been doing what's best for Washington, not what's best for the American people. And tonight, that begins to change. With their voices, the American people are demanding a new way forward in Washington. I'm here to tell you tonight that our new majority will be prepared to do things differently, to take a new approach that hasn't been tried in Washington before by either party. It starts with cutting spending instead of increasing it. reducing the size of government instead of increasing it, and reforming the way Congress works and giving the government back to the American people. And for all those families who were asking, where are the jobs? It means ending the uncertainty in our economy and helping small businesses get back to work. The people's priorities will be our priorities, and the people's agenda will be our agenda. This is our pledge to America, and this is our pledge to you. While our new majority will serve as your voice in the people's house, we must remember it's the president who sets the agenda for our government. The American people have sent an unmistakable message to him tonight, and that message is change course. We hope President Obama will now respect the will of the people, change course, and to commit to making changes that they are demanding. And to the extent that he's willing to do that, we're ready to work with him. But make no mistake, the president will find in our new majority the voice of the American people as they've expressed it tonight, standing on principle, checking Washington's power, and leading the drive to a smaller, less costly, and more accountable government here in Washington, D.C. These are the principles our new majority will stand for. And we hope that, Mr. President, you'll stand with us in the hard work that lies ahead. Because we are humbled by the trust that the American people have placed in us, and we recognize that with this trust comes the responsibility to listen, and listen we will. Let's start right now by recognizing that this is not a time for celebration. It's a time to roll up our sleeves and go to work. We can celebrate when small businesses begin hiring again. We can celebrate when the spending binge here in Washington has stopped. And we can celebrate when we have a government that has earned the trust of the people that it serves. When we have a government that honors the Constitution and stands up for the values that have made America, America. Things like economic freedom, individual liberty, and personal responsibility. Listen, I hold these values dear because I've lived them. I've spent my whole life chasing the American dream. I started out mopping floors, waiting tables, and tending bar at my dad's tavern. I put myself through school, working every rotten job there was, and in every night shift I could find. And I poured my heart and soul into running a small business. And when I saw how out of touch Washington had become with the core values of this great nation, I put my name forward and ran for office. So I'm going to thank my wife, Debbie, my girls, Lindsay and Tricia, my 11 brothers and sisters, and all my friends and neighbors in Ohio for giving me the chance to serve and the opportunity to stand before you ready to lead. Thank all of you. God bless you, and God bless our great country.
A surprisingly powerfully emotional statement from the next Speaker of the House, John Boehner, the son of a tavern owner, as he said. And in fact, there is more good news for Republicans. The I take that back. Actually, the California Senate race has been called, and that is not good news for Republicans. Barbara Boxer will hang out of that. But John Boehner, the son of a tavern owner, a small businessman, worked his way up, overcome really by his own sense of his journey to the speakership of the House of Representatives. He is a man who is a proud smoker in some ways, and he is also a man whose permanent tan has been somewhat commented on in Washington, D.C., but he is the leader of the Republicans and the constitutional officer in the House of Representatives. We got lots more coverage. What's going on in California, what's going on across the country. We'll be right back.
Nightline's coverage of Vote 2010 will continue in a moment. ABC News Nightline, brought to you by E-Trade.
So some big news at this hour on the East Coast. ABC News is now projecting that the Democrats will retain control of the United States Senate. The Democrats will retain control of the United States Senate, and that comes right after, as we said, we are projecting victory for incumbent Senator Barbara Boxer in California. She was hard-pressed by Carly Fiorina, successful businesswoman, former chairwoman of HP. It was a hard-fought campaign. Barbara Boxer winning there in California and thus keeping the Senate for the Democrats. That's a big development. There are still some races outstanding, though, and one of them is in Illinois, where my co-anchor Cynthia McFadden is in Chicago. Cynthia?
Yeah, and this is a real plum, Terry, as you know. This is a race the White House cares about. Barack Obama's former Senate seat, hotly contested tonight, right now, with 95% of the precincts in. It's still too close to call. The Democrat is behind, 46% of the vote. The Republican Kirk, 48% of the vote. Nobody ready to concede yet. Nobody willing to call it yet. It has been a highly contentious battle here from the beginning. Lots of name calling. But something interesting in the exit polls, Terry. About an even number of electors said that they were casting their ballots against Barack Obama, to the same number who came out and said they were casting their ballots in this Senate race for Barack Obama. But either way it goes, if the Democrats are able to hold on to this seat, a great victory for the White House, despite the loss in the House tonight. They don't want to lose this one. The symbolism is just too painful. Of course, women are having a huge effect in tonight's election, as they did back in 2008. Women voters boosted Barack Obama to the presidency, voting for him over John McCain by a 13-point margin, 56 to 43. Well, tonight, that edge for the president's party seemed to disappear. Women, in the latest national exit poll data, voted evenly, 49% to 49% for both Democratic and Republican House candidates. The numbers break along lines of age and region. More young women voters went Democratic and more women voters in the South went Republican. But no matter how you slice it, this is the best Republican showing among women since 1982. It's also notable that tonight the shift comes in an election year when a record number of women candidates, 153, are on the ballot for federal office. Yet, ironically, it's predicted the number of women serving in the House and Senate may actually shrink tonight after all the votes are counted. Back to you, Terry.
And that is a huge shift, Cynthia, the shift in women. And it's a good reminder, there's been so much attention focused on the Tea Party, on anger in the electorate. It's an important force in this election. But there's no question that the middle of America, women voters have broken in a very different way. We'll be right back with a lot of analysis from a great panel that are joining us. We'll be right back.
Nightline Vote 2010 will continue in a moment.
And so on this big night for Republicans, having taken back control of the House of Representatives and falling short in the Senate, it's really a message to both parties here. Republicans will gain control of the House of Representatives. We don't have an exact number, but Democrats will retain control of the Senate. And what that means is divided government in Washington, something it seems that American voters like. If you look at the past several elections, there is a deep dissatisfaction in the electorate with the way both parties are governing. And that is really the message to the Democrats tonight. We are going to offer a special report to the full network, including the West Coast. And so we're going to take a break to let the rest of the network join us.
This is an ABC News election update.
Hello, I'm Terry Moran reporting from Washington, D.C. on a big night for Republicans on this election day. ABC News projects that the Republican Party will take back control of the House of Representatives. Republicans will gain control of the House of Representatives. Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be out of a job. John Boehner of Ohio will be the next speaker. In the Senate, a different story. Democrats retain control of the United States Senate. That was in issue. There was a fierce battle around the country, but Democrats hang on in enough Senate seats to retain control of the Senate. Out in California, Barbara Boxer, the incumbent Democrat there, under a fierce challenge from Carly Fiorina, holds on. ABC News projects that Barbara Boxer will win. And in Nevada, Harry Reid, majority leader of the United States Senate, an endangered Democrat, looks to be doing very, very well right now, leading his challenger, Sharon Angle, a Tea Party candidate, but too early to project a winner there. And in Washington State, Patty Murray, in a ferocious battle with Dino Rossi, the senator in tennis shoes, is looking right now pretty good, but once again, too early to tell what's going to happen there. Once again, Republicans will take control of the House of Representatives. Democrats taking control, retaining control of the Senate. Republicans needed 10 Senate seats. They didn't get them. They needed 39 House seats. They got that and plenty more. A dynamically changed political landscape. President Obama has called a news conference for tomorrow. ABC News will cover that as he deals with a very different scene. The American people sending him and the Republican Party a message. I'm Terry Moran. So on this midterm election day, polls have closed throughout most of the country. Of course, there's still a great big Senate race out in Alaska to come. And most of the results have come in this part of the country, the eastern part of the country. But this battle for how big the Republican majority is going to be in the House, is it going to be 50, 55, 60? And what happens in the Senate will be decided by what's happening in the West. And my co-anchor, Bill Weir, is standing by in Los Angeles with the coverage from there. Bill?
Yes, Terry, we're here at Barbara Boxer's campaign watching headquarters in Hollywood, and it is about as giddy as you could expect from Democrats on a night like this. The three-term senator is going back to Washington for a fourth term, beating former Hewlett-Packard CEO Carly Fiorina, who spent around $5 million of her own fortune in this race. It was sort of a referendum on whether you trust government or whether you trust business out here in California. Also, Meg Whitman running for governor from eBay. But Barbara Boxer, women lover out here. The Latino vote was all hers. She has the environmental crowd, as you can see on the screen right there as well. And so she is going back. You know, there is America and then there's California. Even though the unemployment rate here is 12.7%, voters in this state have long leaned Democratic, and they want names they trust, names they know. Jerry Brown, who was a governor here back in the 70s, all indications are he might be going back to the State House in Sacramento. But one of the other big Senate races everyone is watching is happening in Nevada, and that's where we find our senior House and Senate correspondent, John Carl. Here's at Harry Reid headquarters. John?
Bill, this is, in fact, an epic Senate race. I mean, this is the one that was seen as the big one. No bigger prize for Republicans than to try to knock off the Senate Majority Leader, Harry Reid. And we're watching returns come in, and it's been fascinating because you have about a little over half of what is expected to be the total vote coming in. Only about 18 precincts, but the precincts that haven't reported are the rural, smaller precincts. The big ones have reported, and Harry Reid has a pretty sizable lead right now. That lead you were going to watch, you will see that lead narrow as the rural vote comes in. That's Sharon Angle's territory. Out there in the rural parts of Nevada, you know, what we've seen so far is Reno and Las Vegas, areas that are a little bit friendlier to Democrats. In the case of Las Vegas, a lot friendlier to Democrats. But believe me, watching these results come in, I've been talking to both sides before of what they'd be looking for in the early returns, and Harry Reid is exceeding the expectations, exceeding what they were saying before he would need to do to win this race.
All right, John Carl, we appreciate that. Of course, we'll be checking back with you. Looks like Senator Barbara Boxer is headed to the stage momentarily, but before we catch a few of her words, let's go up to Washington State. Another real neck-and-neck race there with the so-called mom in tennis shoes, Patty Murray. That's where we find Sharon Alfonsi. Sharon, what's the latest?
Well, we're at Patty Murray's watch party right now. It's worth noting that people here aren't looking for drinks to celebrate at this point. They are really looking for coffee. They know this is going to be a long night. The first batch of returns have started to come in, and it puts Senator Murray just slightly ahead, a razor-thin margin over Republican Dino Rossi. But it's worth noting here, 98% of this state votes by mail, so we're told we may not see many of those votes until next week, midweek. We've been talking to both campaigns all night. They tell us they don't expect to see a winner by Thursday. Both sides have already lawyered up. They're already talking about recounts. So it could take a long while to know before this Republican wave whether or not it reached Washington or not, Bill.
Okay, Sharon Alfonsi. You know, another state that has some looming ballot counting issues is Alaska, and it depends a lot on how many Alaskans can spell or want to spell Murkowski. This is really a referendum on the Tea Party. Sarah Palin has thrown her full weight behind Joe Miller up there in the last frontier, and our Neil Karlinski joins us now with what's going on. Neil?
That's right, Bill. We've got a spelling bee going on up here, and you're going to like this. The Murkowski camp, because they're so reliant on people spelling her name right as a write-in, they have things like this that they've handed out. Word association, Mur plus a cow plus a ski, Murkowski. That's what it's come down to up here, and the reason is that even though she's a sitting U.S. Senator, when you look at the ballot, here's a sample ballot, we see Tea Party candidate Joe Miller, Scott McAdams, the little-known Democrat, and then no Murkowski. She is the blank, the write-in. This is the wild card here. When the polls close in a little less than an hour and we start getting some numbers, we will see Tea Party candidate Joe Miller numbers, we will see Democrat Scott McAdams numbers, and then we'll see write-in, but no name attached. Murkowski will be looking for an edge in the quote-unquote write-in number. If it's big enough, she's going to claim victory, but they're not even going to open those ballots to see who is actually written on the line for 15 days from today. And that is only if write-in is ahead or within 0.5% of the leader. Could be a very long time waiting out here to see who Alaska votes in as the next U.S. Senator. Bill?
I'm sure they'll be talking about that over Thanksgiving dinner there. Neil Karlinski, we appreciate that. We're hearing from Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa now. If we catch up with the now four-term Senator Barbara Boxer, Terry, we'll bring her to you.
All right, Bill, with the action on the West Coast there, the broad outlines of this election have been decided. Republicans will take back control of the House. ABC News now projecting by as much as between 60 and 70 seat majority in the House of Representatives. That is the biggest switch, or the gain 60 to 70 seats, I should say. That's the biggest switch since the early 1900s. We'll be right back with a roundtable. Arianna Huffington, Matt Dowd, Cokie Roberts, and more to discuss what happened here in America today. We'll be right back.
Americans have spoken. ABC News is listening. The Answers, when Nightline, Vote 2010 continues.
Well, every American election is a kind of cacophonous conversation between American voters and their leaders in Washington. So, what'd you say? Let's get some answers. Matt Dowd, ABC News consultant, and my colleague Cokie Roberts, who's covered politics for a while. Cokie, what is going on here? Now the Republicans back in power in the House of Representatives, storming the Senate but falling short. What's your read?
Well, what you've got is a very unhappy electorate, people who are saying, you know, we're furious, and we're going to throw the bombs out, and mainly independents saying that, and by the way, white Catholics, the other big swing group in our electorate, and so now there they are with a House that is going to be much more Republican than I think most of us anticipated going into tonight, a Senate that isn't, and a president trying to figure out what he does with this and having to figure it out pretty quickly.
And it's a different Republican Party coming to power in some ways, isn't it, Matt?
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, I think one of the things that now Speaker-elect Boehner has to deal with is a bunch of people in the House that don't necessarily think they have to listen to the establishment. I think Mitch McConnell, though he's not going to be the majority leader, his ability to sort of corral folks in the Senate is going to be much more difficult. So though the Republicans had a great night tonight, and it looks like it's going to get even better as the night goes on for the House, I think their ability to corral folks in the House and the Senate, it becomes even harder with the candidates that got elected in this election cycle.
And they were elected in what amounted to a repudiation, really, of Democratic policies of President Obama. Let's bring in Ariane Huffington of the Huffington Post. This has to be a very hard blow for the president to receive. What message do you think, Ariana, President Obama should take from the drubbing he got today?
The message he should take is that the White House underestimated the degree of economic devastation. They were really misled by their economic team. Larry Summers had said again and again that come spring there would be real jobs growth, and it didn't happen. And as a result, they are now facing the exit polls, even before the results, that show that 9 out of 10 Americans believe the economy is going in the wrong direction. 90% don't believe in the future. And remember the Colin Powell Pottery Barn rule. Even though Obama did not break the economy, he owns it. And I hope that they learned the lesson. It's not entirely clear that they have recognized that by putting health care ahead of jobs, they really set the conditions for this massive defeat today.
And as if there's icing on the cake now, ABC News is projecting that in Illinois, in the seat once held for a very brief period by Barack Obama, the Republican Mark Kirk is projected to be the winner over the Democrat Alexei Giannoulias in what was a very brutal battle. And let me bring in Ron Brownstein. You know, one of the things that you see, Ron, there's the new senator from Illinois, Mark Kirk, he's a member of the House of Representatives. But Ron Brownstein of the National Journal, there's a lot of anger out there, but people want to see some kind of progress out of the economic morass, out of the problems the country faces. Where are the deals going to get done between the Republicans coming to power and the president and the Democrats?
You know, it's very hard. I mean, because you're replacing, in many cases, many of the Democrats who lost in the House were the more moderate Democrats. About half of the defeats that have been confirmed already were the blue dog Democrats. And we are moving toward a more parliamentary system in the Congress with higher levels of party line voting, Republicans voting with Republicans, Democrats with Democrats, usually against the other side. This was fundamentally a parliamentary election where the name on the back of the jersey mattered less than the color on the front of the jersey. You saw a lot of Democrats who have been able to withstand waves like this before, who were powerful in the House, like John Spratt or Paul Kanjorski or Ike Skelton, going down because fundamentally this was a party line vote that reflected, as others have said, a kind of intense dissatisfaction with the state of the economy and the degree of progress that Washington has produced over the past 2 years in responding to it.
It was a parliamentary election in another way, too. It was essentially a vote of no confidence. And that's what the president has to deal with, is that he has really been given a strong slap in the face that the American people don't have confidence in him and his leadership. And how he deals with that going forward is going to make the difference for him for the rest of this presidency and whether he has another term.
Absolutely. A lot of presidents have suffered drubbings like this in midterm elections. Some of them rebounded. Some of them did not.
Right.
And it seems like one of the things the American people want to hear is, I heard you. I got the message. Right. We'll see if President Obama can do that. We'll be right back with more on today's elections.
Nightline's coverage of Vote 2010 will continue in a moment.
And so the wave crashed today, a big old white-capping giant wave in the House of Representatives, a much smaller wave in the Senate with Democrats retaining control there, but a development now with the Republicans picking up Barack Obama's old Senate seat. My co-anchor, Cynthia McFadden, standing by in Chicago. And Cynthia, this is a painful one for the Democrats as they lose Barack Obama's old Senate seat with Mark Kirk now the senator-elect.
Yeah, you know, Terry, this has got to really hurt. Barack Obama cared about this seat. He came out here twice for fundraisers and then came out here last weekend as well to campaign for the Democrat. His wife, Michelle Obama, also campaigned. This is a real rebuke to the president. This is a long-held Democratic seat. And it's worth a mention because all the Republican wins tonight, of course, are not on the extremes. The Kirk is a moderate Republican. He's served in the Congress. He has been pro-choice. He actually voted for cap and trade, though he says as a senator he won't. But this is a moderate man, not by any extreme Tea Partier, who won this Senate seat. Terry?
Absolutely. So that's well worth remembering as the Tea Party finds its place in the Republican Party. It's not all a Tea Party. Let's go out to the West Coast. My co-anchor, Bill Weir, out there. With the returns still coming in and seats still up for grabs.
Yes, and the one at the top of the ticket, some are projecting, we're not ready to do it yet, but it is the governor's race. Jerry Brown, who was at one time the youngest governor in this state since the gold rush, trying to become the oldest man to hold that office, going up against Meg Whitman and her $140 million war chest. Along with her, Sharon Engel, or Linda McMahon back in Connecticut, Rick Scott down in Florida. Just three conservatives spent $250 million of their own dollars tonight, and that usually doesn't go well. History is any judge, but we're keeping tabs on the governor's race. Barbara Boxer is celebrating thus far, and there are a couple other initiatives that some of the country might be interested. The toughest pollution law, the toughest anti-global warming law. There's a proposition that would halt that until jobs come back. It's funded mainly by out-of-state oil companies. We'll see how Californians feel about that. And people who enjoy smoking the herb might be interested to see how Californians vote on a proposition that would make California the first state to legalize recreational marijuana. The prospects for that do not look good. A medicinal marijuana initiative was shot down in South Dakota as well so far tonight. But a lot to keep tabs on throughout tonight. Alaska is the big nail biter as far as the Tea Party goes, Terry, and we got our fingers in all the locations.
All right, and so out there in the West, Republicans picking up some states still up in the air, including Alaska, that key race out in Alaska. A changed Republican Party, though. What is the role of the Tea Party, which had so much influence over this election cycle? No question, Republican candidates for president will have to answer to what amounts to a Tea Party caucus within the Republican Party. There will be competition for those votes. What about President Obama? How does he respond to tonight's results? He's going to have a press conference tomorrow, and there's no question that he has got to tell the American people he heard that message loud and clear. It's been a topsy-turvy election cycle, one that no one could have foreseen. 2 years ago, people counted the Republican Party out, saying that they had, in fact, been banished to the political wilderness. Now they have roared back to take back control of the House of Representatives. Let's take a look back for a moment at the highs and the lows of this election cycle.
I can see November from my house.
We must take our country back.
Reports of the death of the Democratic Party have been exaggerated.
Porculus, stimulus, yeah right. Shovel-ready projects, my AstroTurf.
I will not yield to the gentleman.
And he can take the endorsement and shovel.
A lot of our folks are angry.
I'm not a witch.
I'll take you out, buddy. Barbara Boxer is the most bitterly partisan, most anti-defense senator.
You've all seen the ads.
We might as well put out a welcome sign for illegal aliens.
Introducing Sharon Engel's Crazy Juice.
I know I've disappointed you with a vote here or there.
Why was Rand Paul a member of a secret society that called the Holy Bible a hoax?
Jack, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should apologize.
Man up.
Man up. Man up.
Get up! Get up and fight back!
We are fighting for the middle class.
Thank you for letting me keep fighting for you.
We've come to take our government back.
Although the outcome isn't what we all worked so hard for, our voice was heard.
We still don't know all the results from around this country, but we know that tonight the power in the United States House of Representatives will change hands.
For viewers just tuning in now, we want to set the table for you on the results on today's big election day. The magic numbers for Republicans. In the Senate, they needed to gain 10 seats. Looks like they've only gained 6 so far, a few outstanding seats. In the House, Republicans needed 39 to take back control of the House. They got that and more, 58 and counting. That will head north. More than 60, a number that hasn't been seen in decades. In the Senate there, the Republican net gain in Indiana, Arkansas, North Dakota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Illinois, and a few races still out there. They will fall short of the 10 ABC News projects, but look at that in Colorado. Ken Buck versus the incumbent Michael Bennet, still too close to call, with 71% of the precincts reporting. And then in Washington State, just as tight can be, incumbent Patty Murray trying to fight off Dino Rossi, her challenger. 62% of the precincts reporting. Seattle still coming in there. And in Alaska, this is just an amazing race there. That write-in vote, which right now is leading, 39% wrote in, most likely tried to write in. Lisa Murkowski, the incumbent, Joe Miller, the Tea Party official Republican candidate, trailing, and Scott McAdams, the mayor of Sitka there, the Democrat, way back. It looks like a big night for Republicans in the House. They fell short in the Senate. And we're going to take a look now at the impact of the Tea Party itself on this election. We're going to talk a little bit about that. But some of these candidates had something to say tonight as they coasted to victory or not.
I have a message. A message from the people of Kentucky. A message that is loud and clear and does not mince words. We've come to take our government back. They say that the U.S. Senate is the world's most deliberative body. Well, I'm going to ask them to deliberate upon this. The American people are unhappy with what's going on in Washington. Tonight, there's a Tea Party tidal wave, and we're sending a message to them.
We make a grave mistake if we believe that tonight these results are somehow an embrace of the Republican Party. What they are is a second chance. A second chance for Republicans to be what they said they were going to be not so long ago. You see, when you're 35 points down in the polls, and the only people who think you can win live in your house, and 4 of them are under the age of 10. You better know why you're running. And tonight, at this crossroads at which we stand, we are asked to choose whether it will continue to be our story moving forward. For before us lies 2 very different roads. One road is the road that Washington and both parties have placed us on. But there's another road. It is the road that I hope we will begin to walk on again tonight.
Today, we send a simple, clear message to the establishment in Washington. We're tired of what's been going on down there. We're tired of it, and we're going to chart a new course. We're going to chart a course. We're going to grow this economy. We're going to create jobs. We're going to reduce the debt and the deficits, and in the process, we are going to create a more promising future for our kids and our grandkids. That's what we're going to do.
I guess if we disagree with $3 trillion in deficit spending, we're the enemy. Well, I'll tell you what, that's the wrong attitude if you're trying to fix our problems. And I'll tell you that's not the attitude I'm going to take. I'm going to be looking for allies. And I will be looking for any ally who understands that we simply cannot continue to spend and spend and spend our nations into bankruptcy.
So those are some of the victors from the Tea Party movement, or riding that Tea Party wave. Let me go to Ron Brownstein of the National Journal, who's joining us. And Ron, those are the winners. There were Tea Party losers as well, some big ones. Obviously, Christine O'Donnell in Delaware, Reese in West Virginia, Sharon Angle losing to Harry Reid in Nevada. I talked with a Republican party goer tonight who said in frustration, we nominated the one person in America who couldn't beat Harry Reid this year. Well, so Tea Party plus or minus there?
What's the opposite of an irresistible force and an immovable object? Whatever it is, that's what we said in Nevada. Look, I think on balance, clearly the energy in the conservative ranks this time was an asset for Republicans. There's no doubt that they left some seats on the table in the Senate, particularly because they nominated candidates who were more conservative than the market could bear, even at a time when the electorate was leaning right and we have this enormous discontent. But, you know, what you're seeing here is what we saw in '94 plus, which is a big surge of conservative energy recoiling from the vision of activist government that a Democratic president and a Democratic Congress tried to pursue. That wasn't the whole story of what happened here. There's also a performance problem with less ideological voters who are just worried about the economy. But there's no question there's a chunk of the electorate that came out, whether you call it the Tea Party or just kind of the conservative base of the Republican Party, that came out in big numbers to register a vote of discontent about the general direction and the role of government that was inherent in the Obama agenda.
And they were running in part against the Republican establishment itself. Matt Lewis, conservative blogger with Politics Daily. Let me bring you into this conversation and ask you about the Republican establishment here. We heard John Boehner earlier, as Ariana pointed out, a rather subdued tone. And Kevin McCarthy before that telling the GOP Victory Party, this is a second chance for us, as we heard Marco Rubio say. What's the message from these conservative activists, the Tea Party activists, to the leadership here in Washington?
I think the message is that Republicans are actually on probation. I think it's very clear that the Republican Party, that voters didn't vote for the Republican Party. They voted against the Obama agenda. And I'm actually glad to hear John Boehner sort of acknowledge that. I think it was very wise, and hopefully he'll govern that way. But look, I think that some of the really bright spots out there are people like Marco Rubio, and I've said it before, but I think that Marco Rubio is really sort of the perfect candidate in the sense that he's a bona fide conservative, but he was also the Speaker of the Florida House, and I think someone like him and Pat Toomey have a chance to sort of bridge the gap between the Tea Party and the establishment. Hopefully they won't be co-opted, but I think that someone like Rubio is a classic example of the possibilities here. And I think maybe, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but look for Marco Rubio to be a major player and a rising star for years to come. That may be one of the big stories when we look back a couple years from now at what 2010 was all about.
Ariana, what do you make of this?
Well, you know, the GOP has a choice to make now. Do they want to follow what Mitch McConnell said, which is that their highest priority is going to be to make Obama a one-term president, or do they want to do what's best to revive the American economy? I mean, this is a very stark choice. So far, saying no to everything Obama wanted to do has served them extremely well. But now they have a higher responsibility. They are in charge of the House.
And let's talk about that one-term presidency. The 2012 election starts, well, I guess it already has now. And Koki, let me go to you on that. How is the map changed for Barack Obama, and how much has what the Tea Party has done with this election made a difference in the 2012 landscape?
Well, the map is, the physical map has certainly changed. We once again see a map that looks blue on the edges and red all through the rest of it. But that doesn't really address the demographic map. And one of the things we did see in this election is that the Obama coalition didn't really fall apart. It just didn't show up. That whereas in 2008, I think 74% of the electorate was white, in this election, according to the exit polls, it was about 78%. It was probably higher than that because the exits seemed to be tilting a little Democratic. So I would guess about 80% of the electorate was white, and that's not where America is. So if Obama can get his coalition of minorities and young people back to the polls in 2012, and to some degree women, then he still has a shot at winning this thing. But the physical map, the geographic map, is certainly very tough.
And Terry, this is Matthew. One of the things I think that, to a degree, Barack Obama's future is not in Mitch McConnell's hands, making him one-term president. It's in Barack Obama's hands. And I think Barack Obama has to sit down tomorrow, and decide, am I going the way of Ronald Reagan or Bill Clinton, where I take a drubbing, I learn from it, and govern slightly differently, or I'm going the way of Jimmy Carter, who never really learned and ended up being a one-term president. And I think, to a large degree, there will be Speaker Boehner, and Mitch McConnell will have more power in the Senate. The determination of whether or not he's a one-term president is much more on Barack Obama's shoulders than anybody else.
Yeah. And I'll get the last question over to Ron Brownstein here. Sarah Palin, what kind of a factor is she going to be in 2012? Is she a winner or a loser tonight?
Well, I think overall, I mean, the record is kind of mixed on the candidate she endorsed, but overall I think she's a winner, because if you looked at the energy that was moving in the Republican Party, the kind of voters that were moving toward them, particularly these working-class white voters that broke overwhelmingly for them, the part of the party that she speaks to most powerfully is growing, and her potential constituency as a candidate in 2012 is growing. Now, whether that translates into a general election is something else, and a Palin candidacy might help Obama regain some of those suburbanites who moved a little bit away from the Democrats this time. But there's no doubt that the energy that she represents, I think, was part of that driving force for Republicans in this election.
No question about it. Ron Brownstein and our panel, thanks very much. There's no question that the Republican nomination is going to go through that constituency, that Tea Party constituency, which she has so much influence over. We'll be right back in a moment.
Nightline's coverage of Vote 2010 will continue in a moment.
I spoke earlier tonight with a key player on the new Republican leadership team under Speaker John Boehner in the House of Representatives, the current Republican whip, Eric Cantor of Virginia. Here's what he had to say.
The first order of business is, in a broad way, to start listening to the people again, because that's the message that I think we heard from the voters tonight, that they're tired of Washington not listening, tired of the 20 months of policies with promises that have been broken and no results. This election is about getting down to business and getting people back to work.
You know, a lot of the Republicans coming into the House and coming into the Senate, they weren't fans of the Republican establishment in Washington, the Republican leadership in Washington, like yourself. Do you think you're going to have a challenge in the Republican leadership corralling the Tea Party Republicans on something like, say, raising the debt limit, something that Congress has to do, but many Tea Party activists say they don't want to see any more of?
You know, first things first, Terry. I mean, we've got to get a hold of this federal spending. It's out of control. And I think what you're going to see in a Republican-led House is a commitment for a regular diet of cutting bills that will be brought to the floor that will actually reduce federal spending. We have proposed in our Pledge to America to return discretionary spending back to 2008 levels. That was a time where the sun came up and it set. Those are the kinds of steps we need to take to begin to rein in this federal government and demonstrate to the people, not only those associated with the Tea Party movement, but independents, Republicans, and Democrats alike, who are expecting Washington to start producing results, getting people back to work, and cutting the size of the federal government.
Polls also show, Congressman, a real skepticism among Americans about both parties right now. Let me ask about the track record here. When Republicans had control of the White House and the Congress, the federal budget went from surplus to gargantuan deficit. So is it fair to ask, why should people trust you guys, given the track record of Republicans on earmarks and on deficit spending when you had control the last time?
Well, Terry, for one, I am one who is advocating continuation of the earmark moratorium, and I think we ought to impose that moratorium in the 112th Congress. And I think you will see a majority of the members that make up the Republican conference feel the same way. We've got to change the culture here in Washington. We get that this is a second chance for our Republican Party. It gives us a golden opportunity to be true to those principles that people expect the Republican Party to be about, and that's a constitutionally limited government, that is cutting spending, that is keeping taxes in check, lowering the tax burden, and focusing on the private sector.
A second chance for the Republican Party. Congressman Eric Cantor, thanks very much for joining us tonight, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Eric Cantor, a self-described young gun of the Republican leadership coming into the House. We'll be right back.
Nightline Vote 2010 will continue in a moment.
Well, let's go back now to California for a moment, where incumbent Democrat Barbara Boxer fought off an aggressive challenge from former Hewlett-Packard CEO Carly Fiorina. My co-anchor Bill Weir got Boxer in the middle of her victory celebration.
Terry, I'm here with the newly re-elected Barbara Boxer. Congratulations. You get a Giants World Series win and a political win in the same week.
Yeah, there was something very special about beating the Texas Rangers, because the big Texas oil companies came in here, supported my opponent, supported a proposition which would have rolled back our clean air law, and we defeated all of those Texans.
You were an anomaly. You were an anomaly, though, tonight as a Democrat, and you were there in 2006 when President Bush said we took a thumping, and that was 30 houses that the Republicans lost. There are 30 seats they lost in the House. What would you call this tonight? Twice that many.
Well, I think it's very clear that these are tough and rough times, and that people are impatient. And even though we explained the fact, as I did to my constituents, that we brought this country back from another Great Depression, and that we are moving in the right direction, people wanted to go faster, better. I understand that.
A Democratic victor there. Let's go back to Bill Weir for some final thoughts on how the West was won tonight.
It really is amazing. California is a place unto itself. Huge unemployment here, but still they're going with the Washington insiders. Jerry Brown back as governor, but not to get corny or sentimental, Terry, in the wee hours here, but we take it for granted what happened today. In a chaotic world, Americans can be proud of a peaceful transfer of power, a seismic transfer of power, and the bloodbath is all metaphorical. It's a great moment. Cynthia, any final thoughts in Chicago?
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking about the Rust Belt Blues here. You know, 21 Democratic seats went to Republicans, an area of incredibly high unemployment, high foreclosure rates, you know, from northern New York through Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, Illinois. There was a real groundswell of discontent, and I think if the Democrats don't learn how to sing the Rust Belt Blues in a new key, they're going to have trouble in 2012.
And one thing that we've seen once again, the American people deeply dissatisfied with the partisan politics and the way that the policies come out of that. They've sent a message to both parties. We will see now whether or not both parties get them. That's our report for tonight. For now, I'm Terry Moran. For all of us at ABC News, good night, America.
The voters have spoken, and change is coming once again to the nation's capital.
Tonight, there's a Tea Party tidal wave, and we're sending a message.
With tonight's results, the majority in the U.S. House of Representatives is shifting. Congress is changing direction. The question is, will the executive branch adjust its course?
What will Republicans do with their newfound power in Congress?
Across the country right now, we're witnessing a repudiation of Washington, a repudiation of big government, and a repudiation of politicians who refuse to listen to the American people. I've spent my whole life chasing the American dream.
It's a huge message sent. It is a shakeup, and then we're going to see some of the shakeup there in the Senate, too.
And how will Democrats respond?
I feel frustration because I think this Congress and this president have done great things. The student loan reform, to the credit card reform, so many great things for America that they're not getting credit for it. It's our fault. We haven't, mine too, we haven't made our case successful.
The mood of the voters. What was on your mind when you went to the polls?
A little apprehensive about what's going on.
Scared. I'm voting against a lot of things this year.
Harmony, open-minded.
Employment.
Term limits.
why this could have been the nastiest campaign season in many years.
Introducing Sharon Angle's Crazy Juice.
Fiscal conservative in name only. A wolf in sheep's clothing.
And maybe the funniest.
I'm not a witch.
Rent is too damn high. From ABC News headquarters in New York, this is a Vote 2010 special edition of World News Now with Vanita Nair and Rob Nelson.
Nastiest, funniest, most costly, so many superlatives after an exciting night.
And the end is finally here, an extraordinary political season.
That's right. Good morning and thanks for being with us. President Obama and Republican leaders are already promising to work together now that the bruising and bitter campaign is over.
But that's going to be a very difficult challenge given the size and the strength of the Republican victory tonight at the polls. John Hendren is joining us from Washington with a roundup of the major GOP victories. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Vanita and Rob. It's now clear Democrats will maintain control of the Senate, but in the House, it is another story. They are poised for the biggest losses in a midterm election since 1938, a loss of 60 to 70 seats. That will put Republicans in charge there and give them a commanding majority. It is a colossal transfer of power. Beginning in January, Republicans will control the House. Republicans, especially Tea Party Republicans, are toasting what they're calling a message from the American people.
For far too long, Washington's been doing what's best for Washington, not what's best for the American people. And tonight, that begins to change.
In the home of the Kentucky Derby, Tea Party favorite Rand Paul edged past Democrat Jack Conway. In Florida, Republican Tea Party favorite Marco Rubio won in a three-way race against independent Governor Charlie Crist and Democrat Kendrick Meek. And in a humiliating symbol for Democrats, Republican Mark Kirk defeated Alexei Giannoulias in Illinois, handing President Obama's old Senate seat to a Republican. But Democrats held on to some key seats. In Nevada, the endangered Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid fended off Republican Sharon Angle. In Delaware, another Tea Party hopeful, Republican Christine O'Donnell, was defeated by Democrat Chris Coons. In Connecticut, Democrat Richard Blumenthal eked out a win against Tea Party candidate and former World Wrestling CEO Linda McMahon.
What the Republicans need to do is reach out to the Democrats, reach out to the White House and say, hey, the train is leaving the station. Come on board. We invite you to come on board, but we're heading in a different direction.
For some, disaster. For others, disaster averted. The change of power in the House means the next House Speaker will almost certainly be Ohio Republican John Boehner, a man nearly as controversial as the current House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. Robin, Vanita.
As we mentioned, Democrats did manage to maintain control of the Senate, thanks in large part to some big wins out in the West. In Nevada, Senate Leader Harry Reid did beat back a strong challenge from Tea Party star Sharon Angle. Reid, of course, struggled for months in a state with the nation's highest unemployment and with voters extremely angry at Washington insiders. And in California, Barbara Boxer will return to the U.S. Senate for a fourth term. Boxer defeated former Hewlett-Packard CEO Carly Fiorina after a hard-fought multi-million-dollar campaign. President and Mrs. Obama were among the high-profile Democrats who'd campaigned for Boxer's re-election.
Well, it could be weeks before we know who has won the Alaska Senate race. Write-in ballots hold the early lead, which is considered a good sign for incumbent Republican Lisa Murkowski. She lost the primary to Republican Joe Miller. All the write-in ballots must be counted by hand. And several minority candidates rode the Republican wave to victory. Tim Scott will be the first black GOP congressman from South Carolina since Reconstruction. Scott had been backed by both the Tea Party and by Sarah Palin.
Republicans also swept to power in many of the 37 governor's races around the country. The GOP gained control in at least 10 state houses that were previously held by the Democrats. Voters in South Carolina elected Republican Nikki Haley as that state's first female governor. She ran with support from Sarah Palin. And she will be the nation's second Indian-American governor, along with Louisiana's Bobby Jindal. Haley replaces scandal-plagued Governor Mark Sanford.
In Texas, they have re-elected Republican Governor Rick Perry to an unprecedented third full term. Perry defeated former Houston Mayor Bill White. During his campaign, Perry linked White with President Obama and appealed to voters' anger about the economy.
And in California, Jerry Brown is going back to the governor's mansion. The 72-year-old Democrat defeated Republican Meg Whitman, who spent $160 million on the race, most of it her own money. Brown also served as California's governor from 1975 through 1983. President Obama and the Democrats focused on younger voters before the election, but our exit polls show the majority of midterm voters were 45 years or older. Just an estimated 11% of Tuesday's ballots were from voters aged 29 or younger. Exit polls also show 28% of the voters consider themselves independent. Republicans and Democrats showed up in what appear right now to be equal numbers.
Another interesting finding from our exit polls, 41% of voters said their financial situation is worse now than it was 2 years ago, and they favored Republicans by nearly 30%. Ron Claiborne took a look at final efforts to reach those voters and what they say they really want.
Happy Election Day!
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. Election Day 2010. The candidates, of course, pronounced their optimism.
We're looking forward to victory tonight.
The larger the turnout, the bigger the victory.
There were final rallies. Senator Patty Murray campaigning before dawn in Seattle.
I'm focused on getting through the next 12 hours here, talking to as many voters as possible.
And while Bill Clinton was calling Cleveland radio shows targeting stations with young listeners a key part of the Democratic base.
I hope the young people listening to me, even if you don't agree with me, will get out there and vote today.
Hello, how are you?
Sarah Palin was also on the radio targeting conservative voters.
The GOP has to understand, that machine has to understand that we're not sending Republicans, common sense conservatives, to D.C. to sing Kumbaya with Obama. We're sending them to stop Obama.
The more than 500 Senate, House, and governor races now in the hands of the voters.
Big decisions to be made.
The mood, very different than 2 years ago. From Pennsylvania to Kentucky, all over the country, more blame than hope. The crushing economy, partisan fissures, dysfunctional government. What's your mood on this election day?
Scared.
I'm a little apprehensive about what's going on. You know, with
about what?
All the fighting between parties.
There's just too much theater.
I'm voting against a lot of things this year.
We asked voters around the country to sum up in one word what they want most from Washington.
Cooperation.
Unity.
Change. Healthcare.
Peace.
Stability. Statesmanship.
Equity.
Harmony.
Open-minded. Employment.
Term limits.
Talking to voters, one senses that they are weary of partisan division, weary of hard economic times, but not so weary that they didn't come out on Tuesday to vote. Ron Claiborne, ABC News, Allentown, Pennsylvania.
And the president himself will address the mood of the voters today and all those pending changes coming to Capitol Hill. President Obama's post-midterm election news conference will start at 1 p.m. Eastern time today, and you can check that out right here on ABC News.
Well, coming up, some big hang-ups on Election Day leading to frustration at the polls.
And on top of that, a revelation about the 2004 presidential election and one big name that was almost left off the ballot. You're watching World News Now. And welcome back, everyone. Well, the midterm elections did have a few problems. Voters in Connecticut's largest city had 2 extra hours to make their picks. A dozen precincts in Bridgeport ran out of scanner ballots, forcing some voters to wait in some very long lines there. A judge ordered those precincts to remain open until 10 p.m. instead of closing at 8 as scheduled. And ballot problems had election workers out in California putting in a little overtime as well. They were forced to use rubber erasers to remove smudges from mail-in ballots. They say the extraneous marks from printer toner were throwing off the optical scan ballot reading machines.
In other political news this morning, President Bush writes in his new memoir that he considered dumping Dick Cheney from the ticket in 2004. Mr. Bush said making such a change would have demonstrated that he was in charge. Cheney had also become a lightning rod for criticism from the left and the media. But in the end, Mr. Bush said he realized he could trust Cheney and decided to keep him as vice president.
And now the other big stories of the day. That terror plot involving cargo planes is now raising some troubling new questions about a fiery UPS plane crash 2 months ago. Martha Radis has learned what was on that plane when it went down.
It has always been a mystery, but now even more so. The 747 UPS plane took off from Dubai on September 3rd. Just 25 minutes into the flight, pilots noticed smoke and a fire indicator in the cargo area. The plane turned back but crashed before reaching the airport. The initial investigation indicated lithium batteries on board may have ignited, although no one could determine how.
ABC News has learned there were packages from Yemen on board the flight, although they were not thought to be in the same area where the fire began. But many questions remain, and one official told me we may never know what happened.
In Yemen, thousands of Yemeni forces were looking for bomb maker Ibrahim Asiri, seen here hugging his younger brother before sending him on a suicide mission, and later listening to the explosion from a cell phone. The Yemenis insist they will find Asiri. U.S. officials are skeptical. Martha Raddatz, ABC News, Washington.
At the Supreme Court, justices must now decide if a California law which bans the sale of violent video games to minors is constitutional.
Observers say they appeared closely split after hearing arguments in the case. Diana Alvear has the details. Good morning, Diana.
Vanita and Rob, good morning. This particular case is about so much more than just children and violent video games. In fact, it's one that everyone in the entertainment world is following very closely because they know whatever the court decides, it will have wide-ranging implications.
Does banning the sale of violent video games protect children or violate freedom of speech? That's the question before the Supreme Court. Justices are debating the constitutionality of a California law that made it illegal to sell or rent these kinds of games to minors. The law's supporters say these games could cause psychological harm and encourage aggressive behavior. So far, it's been struck down by two lower courts.
The court has to figure out, does it really want to be in some ways a nanny for things like video games or the newly emerging technologies and internet sorts of expression? And I think the court in prior cases has signaled that it really would not like to be in that position.
Tuesday, some justices expressed concern over whether the law was too broad in scope, noting that other forms of entertainment, such as books and movies, are also violent. The gaming industry has made the same argument for years.
Parents are the better judge of what is appropriate for their homes, not the government.
Still others, including Chief Justice John Roberts, pointed out that some of these games allow participants to dismember, sexually assault, and even urinate on other characters, deviant acts from which they said children deserved to be protected.
The law supporters say if the high court rules against them, they'll try to rewrite the law to make it more narrow in scope. The court is expected to issue a ruling in the case next June. Vanita, Rob.
And now here's a look at your Wednesday weather. Heavy rain with flooding from Houston to the Florida Panhandle. Showers from Tallahassee to Miami, moving into Georgia, the Carolinas, and southern Virginia this afternoon. Cool and breezy with showers from Duluth to Detroit.
Mostly 50s from Fargo to Minneapolis, 48 in Boston, 54 in New York, and a wet 78 in New Orleans. 90 degrees in Phoenix, 76 in Sacramento, and 60s from Seattle to Albuquerque.
And now on to the other big story of the day. Another surprise elimination on Dancing with the Stars. After earning his highest score yet, former baller Rick Fox has fouled out.
Fox and partner Cheryl Burke became the 7th couple to be bounced from the dance floor. He called his experience amazing and compared the stress of the show to being on the free throw line during the Game 7 of the NBA Championship. He earned the nickname Jolly Green Giant for that outfit, and I think you can sort of see why. Yeah.
Well, coming up next, California voters' decision on recreational marijuana.
And Facebook's impact on Election Day. You're watching World News Now.
ABC's World News Now will continue after this from our ABC stations.
Welcome back. Well, smoking pot recreationally will remain illegal in California. Voters have defeated Proposition 19, which would have allowed marijuana to be sold and smoked in small amounts. Even though the issue gained nationwide attention, very little money was spent in the state to get the measure passed.
Well, we've covered the election results from the California all the way to the Carolinas. And an election that has received nearly unprecedented coverage, particularly over the internet. Our David Muir is at Arizona State University, where he watched the returns in a very tech-savvy town hall meeting.
Vanita and Rob, this is a town hall, obviously unprecedented for ABC News to team up with Facebook in this way. And tonight they've sort of unveiled technology never used before, actually tracking races in real time. And one of the things that we did was we asked them to compare the ABC News projection map. This was based on polling and all the data we've sort of pulled together in the few weeks before the midterms with what they put together. You had your own sort of map forecasting the outcome tonight, and how'd you do it?
We were taking a look at which candidates had the most likes on Facebook in all of the different hot races. And what we found was that in 16 of the 20 races that we were looking at, we were actually able to accurately predict the results based on Facebook.
And we know the overnight broadcast is actually tracking overnight headlines, and we are here too as well. I've asked some of the students here at ASU to sort of weigh in with how different websites, you're on?
I'm on Slate.
On Slate.
And the headline is Dear Tea Party, thanks for the Senate, love the Democrats.
And you were on Drudge. What do they have?
Yeah, I'm on Drudge Report, and it says on second thought, and has President Obama pretty given a look.
And when we return, how this campaign compares to those in the past.
We'll be right back. And finally, on this post-election morning, name-calling and politics have gone hand in hand, well, for generations.
And this year, candidates may have reached a new high, or should we say low, on the mudslinging meter. John Berman takes a look back at some of the more colorful phrases of this campaign season.
This will forever be known as the campaign that brought us a new breed of sheep.
A wolf in sheep's clothing.
A new type of hydration.
Introducing Sharon Angle's Crazy Juice.
A new way to veto legislation.
And I'll take dead aim at the cap and trade bill.
It will forever be the campaign where slogans were turned upside down.
Oh, how is that hopey changey thing working out for ya?
Can we believe she said that?
Yes, we can. But
it might not be as bad as what the president heard from supporters.
I'm exhausted of defending you.
Even candidates from his own party.
He can take the endorsement and shove it.
We had some of the most profound declarations in campaign history.
I'm not a witch.
And
rent, it's too damn high.
We can all agree on both those points, right?
Yes, we can. But
we also heard Sharon Angle tell her opponent to
man up,
and Vice President Biden tell Democrats to
get up.
It's the campaign where Republicans called independents bad names.
I've never had a heckler at the debate. I've always had him in the audience.
Democrats called Republicans bad names. Politicians called reporters bad names.
Those are corrupt bastards, Chris. That's what is wrong with the media today.
If reporters are so bad, why does everyone want to bring us places?
I'll take you out, buddy.
That kind of language can get your hair out of place.
Lauda saw Barbara Boxer briefly on television this morning and said what everyone says, God, what is that hair?
The bickering get you down? Then maybe you should
man up.
Or
get up.
Man up.
Get up.
Man up.
Get up.
Or perhaps listen to this former madam who wants to be a governor.
The career politicians in Albany are the biggest whores in this state. I might be the only person sitting on this stage with the right experience to deal with them.
Vote 2010. Can we finally move on?
Yes, we can. But
John Berman, ABC News in New York.
Certainly was an interesting night last night. Of course, the Republicans really riding a wave of voter discontent. And of course, we'll be hearing from the president this afternoon, at about 1.
At 1 o'clock, political pendulum swings yet again in this country. And you can stay with ABC News throughout the morning for continuing political insight and analysis.
We will take you live to Washington on America This Morning, and our political reporting team returns on Good Morning America.
Have a great Wednesday.
And John Boehner becomes Congress's new sheriff.
But the GOP comes up just short in the fight for the Senate. At least a few of the president's men and women hold their ground. Red Dawn.
I spent my whole life chasing the American dream.
Republicans win big all across the country. The balance of power shaken by a Tea Party revolt.
We've come to take our government back.
A second chance for Republicans to be what they said they were going to be not so long ago.
Voters send veteran Democrats home.
The people of Wisconsin have spoken.
and I respect their decision.
But a few defy the odds.
Today you made possible what many called impossible.
This morning, the triumph, the tears,
I've never seen my brother cry, and we've been through a lot.
the change. President Obama confronts his greatest challenge yet.
This is a special edition of Good Morning America Vote 2010 with Robin Roberts and George Stephanopoulos live from Times Square.
We are live and say good morning, America, to all of our viewers in the West. And George, what a difference a day makes. The political landscape has shifted dramatically.
So dramatically, the voters who demanded change in 2006, who demanded change in 2008, are demanding change one more time. Republicans win control of the House of Representatives, picking up around 60 seats. It could actually be a little bit more by the time all the votes are counted. This is the biggest midterm loss for Democrats since the 1930s.
The Democrats did retain control over the Senate, just barely, though, with 51 seats right now. 3 races still have not been called in Alaska, Washington, and Colorado. This election a strong wake-up call for the president, with most voters saying his policies will hurt the country. We'll see how he responds when he addresses the nation at 10 a.m. Pacific time today, George.
Robin, I was tripping over the garbage can when I was coming over to the smart screen right here. But it was for a very good reason, because this map right here will show how dramatically the map has changed in 2 years. This is the map from 2008. Look at all of this blue in the Rocky Mountain West, in the upper mountain, in the upper Midwest, in the Southeast, and in the Northeast. Now watch what happens when I press the button to show what happened yesterday with the results. All that blue turns red. Dramatic change in these congressional districts last night. We have our team fanned out all across the country to cover this important election. We're going to begin with Jon Karl in Las Vegas, Nevada. John?
Well, George, from losing the president's old Senate seat in Illinois to suffering colossal losses in the House, it was a dreadful night for Democrats.
It's clear tonight who the winners really are, and that's the American people.
An historic victory, so sweeping, Ohio Republican John Boehner choked up as he recounted his path to becoming the likely new Speaker of the House.
I spent my whole life chasing the American dream. And when I saw how out of touch Washington had become with the core values of this great nation, I put my name forward and ran for office.
Boehner is about to become the leader of the House and third in line to the presidency, thanks to a Republican tidal wave that swept Democrats out of power from coast to coast.
Tonight, Republicans will take control of the House.
At least 5 senior Democrats who had served over 25 years each knocked out. And in the Senate races,
we've come to take our government back.
Big Tea Party victories in Kentucky for Republican Rand Paul and in Florida for Marco Rubio. Rubio issued a warning echoed by many of the Tea Party faithful.
And we make a grave mistake if we believe that tonight these results are somehow an embrace of the Republican Party. What they are is a second chance.
But in Nevada,
I'm not finished fighting. In fact, tonight, I'm more determined than ever.
Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid defying the national trend to win a stunning victory over Tea Party Republican Sharon Angle. And Reid will still lead a Democratic Senate after tough victories by Democrats like Joe Manchin in West Virginia.
This is my 11th straight election victory.
And Barbara Boxer in California.
And what a sweet one it is.
She defeated former Hewlett-Packard CEO Carly Fiorina. It wasn't a good night for female executives. Republicans Meg Whitman and Linda McMahon also lost. Another Republican who came up short, Tea Party star Christine O'Donnell.
I've never seen my brother cry.
O'Donnell shared the moment with her brother, a Democrat.
I couldn't be prouder. She believes in what she does, and she wants to affect everyone in a positive way.
Outgoing Speaker Nancy Pelosi did not speak last night, but she did put out a statement praising Democrats for taking courageous action over the last 4 years as they had the leadership, and saying, George, the outcome of the election does not diminish the work we have done for the American people. Left unsaid, though, is what Speaker Pelosi will do now. She has not said. Democrats I have spoken to expect that she will not come back in the next Congress. We'll have to wait to hear directly from her, though.
Okay, John, thanks very much, and we should hear about that today. Diane Sawyer has an exclusive interview with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. That'll come up on World News tonight. We're going to turn now to the White House. President Obama, of course, not on the ballot last night, but voters certainly trying to send him a message. Look at these exit polls. 37% of voters said they were going to the polls last night to oppose President Obama. That's about the number who said they were going to oppose President Bush back in the 2006 elections when Republicans lost control of the House. I want to bring in Jake Tapper at the White House right now. And Jake, all through this campaign season, the White House was saying this is a choice, not a referendum. A lot of voters said it was a referendum on President Obama.
Yeah, that's the hope of every president in midterms, to try to say this is not a referendum on me, but it always ends up being a referendum on the president, in this case, President Obama. It was a tough night for him. A lot of the races that White House officials told me they were watching at the beginning of the night did not go the president's way, did not go Democrats' way. There were huge swaths of Democratic House members taken out in Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, Virginia, Indiana, and then it just kept going as the time zone went across the country. President Obama, at around midnight East Coast time, called House Speaker-to-be John Boehner, congratulating him, talking to him about common ground that he hoped they could find together. I have to say, George, there has been, over the last 2 years, a lot of skepticism in this White House about how much House Republicans are truly willing to work with Democrats, work with the White House on any legislation, but they say now, they insist that there is good faith. They will make efforts to reach out to Speaker Boehner, soon to be Speaker Boehner. One other thing, though, Boehner was not the only phone call the president made last night. He made more than 60 phone calls. Largely those were sorry to hear the bad news phone calls to members of the Democratic caucus.
Well, Jake, you're so right about that skepticism. It goes both ways, though. Every single time I spoke with a Republican leader over the last 2 years, they would talk about how President Obama never really reached out to them, would only use them as props at press conferences or in meetings. But we also saw the Speaker-to-be John Boehner last night say that the president is going to have to change course, joined by some Democrats. This morning, former Indiana Senator Evan Bayh writing in the New York Times that this is not a communications problem. The president's going to have a fundamental change in direction. How much of that do we expect to hear at the president's press conference in just a couple of hours?
We're going to hear a conciliatory president. The White House is not convinced that they need a major course correction, but they do believe that this was an admonition to the president, to Democrats, and to Republicans that the world, the nation rather, wants Washington to work together. They also see a lot of economic anxiety in these exit poll numbers, George.
Okay, Jake, thanks very much. And that press conference coming up at 10 Pacific time. We'll have a special report here on ABC. I'll be anchoring in just a little bit.
Okay, George, but in the meantime, let's track those key races in the West, where there are 3 Senate seats still undecided. Let's start with David Wright, who is in Los Angeles for us this morning. Good morning, David.
Morning, Robin. This may have been a Republican tidal wave in the rest of the country, but Democrats here in California are relieved they weren't swept out with the tide. In the governor's race here in California, Democrat Jerry Brown appears to have beaten Meg Whitman by a wide margin. This was the most expensive non-presidential election campaign in U.S. history, but still $140 million wasn't enough to finish even 10 points behind. In the Senate race, Barbara Boxer appears to have won another term, beating Carly Fiorina. But Fiorina, the former CEO of Hewlett-Packard, has not yet conceded in that race. In fact, she told her supporters last night that all the people who have called this race, that may not have been a smart thing to do. Even so, she appears, by light of day, to be a good 10 points behind Barbara Boxer. And finally, the ballot initiative that everyone was watching here, Proposition 19, which would have legalized marijuana and regulated and taxed it, that went down in flames. The proponents of that measure thought that young voters would come out. They did not come out in the numbers that they needed. Robin?
They did not. David, thank you. Sharon Alfonsi is in Washington State and has the latest there for us. Good morning, Sharon.
Good morning, Robin. Well, no concession speeches here, but no celebrations either. The race here in Washington State is still too close to call. Incumbent Patty Murray is ahead of her Republican challenger, Dino Rossi, by just a slim margin with a little more than half the vote in. But this morning, we're told that both parties are already planning on recounts. They're expecting that it could be Thursday, even Friday, before they know who won this election, because it is so razor thin. So this could last for a few more days here in Washington State. Robin?
All right, Sharon, thank you. And it's going to last, I think, even longer up in Alaska. Neil Karlinski is in Anchorage for us. Good morning, Neil.
Robin, good morning. What an incredible race out here. And if you can believe it right now, in the lead is something called write-in. And the Lisa Murkowski camp believes that means her. Now, they're not claiming victory yet. We spoke to them last night, but they are very confident. One reason they're not claiming victory is because under Alaska state law, there will be 15 days before all of those write-in ballots are actually opened, where officials look at the signatures that have been written down to see if they're Lisa Murkowski, to see if they are in fact spelled correctly. Also, there's expected to be an awful lot of challenges to all of those write-in votes. Still, Lisa Murkowski is confident. She thinks that she has pulled off the first write-in victory for U.S. Senate since all the way back to Strom Thurmond in 1954. And by the way, 1954 is also the last time the Giants won the World Series, although in a different city at that point.
Yeah, it was New York, but I'm sure still the Giant fans out there, out west, we're live. Appreciate that, Neil. Thank you. And in Colorado, Democratic Senator Michael Bennet and Republican Ken Buck are still neck and neck there. It'll be some time before we know there too, George.
That could be heading for a recount as well. Of course, you can't talk about this election without talking about the Tea Party. They brought so much energy to the Republican Party. About 40% of voters yesterday said they were supporters of the Tea Party. One of its earliest leaders, South Carolina Senator Jim DeMint. I spoke with him earlier this morning. I know you don't take credit for the Tea Party movement, but you are a champion of the Tea Party. What do you think those voters were saying last night, and what are you going to do to advance their cause?
Well, the most exciting thing, George, I think that came out of this election is the realization by the American people that the power here in America is really in their hands if they want to stand up and take it. And I think that's what's going to maybe realign politics in this country, force a national debate on the role of the federal government at a time when we have almost $14 trillion in debt. This does give the Republicans a second chance, and I'm glad to see the determination from Boehner and others in the House that this time we're going to do it the right way.
You say you're going to do it the right way. Your Republican leader in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, was quoted last week saying the #1 job right now is to make sure President Obama is not returned to the White House. Is that your #1 priority?
No, I don't think he should be our focus at all. I think his policies were rebuked yesterday, and this government-centric rampage of spending was rejected by the American people. But the issues are much bigger than that, and I think right now, George, what I'm hopeful for is Republicans in the House will show what they stand for. They will pass legislation and send it to the Senate that we can debate and say yes to, so that we won't be in a position like we have been the last 4 years on just saying no to really bad legislation. I hope by 2012 Americans will know what Republicans stand for, and my hope is it's in alignment with this new idea, which is really an old idea of constitutional limited government.
Well, start to flesh that out right now. You talk about constitutional limited government. I think what's on the minds of most Americans right now is the issue of jobs and how more jobs are going to be created in this country. And about half of the voters in the poll last night thought the government should do more to help create jobs. What would be your #1 proposal to get that done?
Well, when they say do more, they're not necessarily meaning more government programs and more spending. But we need to do a lot, George, to clear up this quagmire of policies that the administration and the Democrat majority have created. We don't know what our tax rate's going to be. The cost of health care is going to go up. The new financial regulations are making it harder for companies to get loans. What the country needs is some predictability, some certainty about our laws. Republicans can help with that if we can assure people that we're going to delay the implementation of this health care bill, if we can keep current tax rates the same so that businesses can plan over the next 2 or 3 years. There's a lot we can do, but that doesn't mean more federal government, more spending, and more debt.
So you will, though, move to repeal President Obama's health care reform?
Oh, yeah. I think that's one of the most important things that we have to do, because the legislation is clearly going to hurt the practice of medicine, the quality of health care in America. It's going to raise the price, but I think it'll also contribute to bankrupting our country. So it's a big issue, and we can't really tweak it. It's built on a platform of government control, so we really need to throw it out and replace it with the ideas that we talked about during the health care debate.
Okay, Senator DeMint, thanks very much.
Now, George, the other side of the aisle, voters sent a loud and clear message. They're unhappy with what's going on in Congress, yet Senate Majority Leader, Democrat Harry Reid, is heading back to Washington. He defeated Tea Party-backed Republican Sharon Angle, despite 55% of Nevada voters saying they disapprove of the job that he has been doing. About the same number believe he has been in Washington too long. So how did he avoid this Republican wave? Well, Senator Reid, good enough to join us live this morning from Las Vegas. And first of all, congratulations, sir, on your victory, hard-fought victory last night.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
When you hear the numbers that people in Nevada believe that you have been in Washington too long and they disapprove of the job that you're doing, over half of the people in Nevada, what do you say to them this morning?
Well, I say thanks for voting for me.
And how can
you know, by Nevada standards, I got 41,000 votes, more than my opponent. There was a choice to be made. The Nevada people made the choice. I look forward to going to Washington, working together. I heard Senator DeMint's presentation. I look forward to working with him. I'm going to call later today and see if I can speak to Mitch McConnell. I haven't been to bed yet tonight, so we'll do that sometime later today. John Boehner and I have worked together for many years. I look forward to working with him. I think this is a time when we need to look at what happened. And what happened is that we now have a new House. The Speaker is a new Speaker. The Founding Fathers set up our country in a very unique way. We have the Senate, which is based on one principle, the House on another. But the one principle we can't avoid is we cannot move this country forward unless we work together. And that's my goal.
And people are thrilled to hear you say that this morning and wonder what's going to be different this time. It hasn't been the case these last couple of years. So what is going to be different this time to bring about true compromise and move forward?
Anytime you have a new president in a time of urgency, as President Obama found himself at the beginning of the last Congress, I should say this Congress, we haven't finished it. There's a lot we had to do. We found ourselves in a big hole as a result of the prior 8 years. And we've worked to get out of that hole. But as happened in all presidencies just like this one, the second Congress of a presidency takes a different turn, and we're going to do that. I have spoken to President Obama on several occasions yesterday. We all know that our majority is smaller than what it was. But I hope that the leader of the Republicans, Senator McConnell, who's a veteran, will understand that we have to work together. Just saying no doesn't do the trick. We can always say no. That's easy. We have to do constructive work together to move this country along. We have an economy. Nevada has the worst economy in our country. We were at the top of the economic food chain for so long. When Wall Street collapsed, we fell further than any other state. We need to dig our way out of that, just like other states have to dig their way out of their economic problems. I look forward to trying to do that.
And I have a quick final question, very important to a lot of people. The Bush tax cuts, as we all know, expire at the end of the year. Can you work together to get something done?
Of course. You know, my number one goal is to make sure we have tax cuts for the middle class, that is, people making up to $250,000. But again, anything above that, we're going to have to do it together. I hope we can do that. We need the Republican support to get the tax cuts for middle class done. That's my goal. We have to take care of the middle class. They've been hurt. Wealthy Americans are doing fine. It's the middle class that's hurt.
Yes, indeed. Senator Reid, thank you. And again, congratulations on your hard-fought victory last night. Thank you for being with us this morning. All right, let's get over now to Sam Champion with the weather. Sam?
And Robin, there'll be two weather headlines today when we look at them in the next half hour. The big heat into the southwest and also a soaking system into the deep south. That's the weather around the nation. Your local forecast just 30 seconds away.
promise we're going to give Sam more time in the next half hour of the weather.
Stay with us all day long for special reports on this morning after the election. Speaker-to-be John Boehner in about an hour. The president at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And Diane Sawyer is going to have an exclusive interview with Nancy Pelosi, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, tonight on World News.
And still to come here on GMA, test of Sarah Palin's power. Did she help or hurt the candidates she supported? We'll hear from Christine O'Donnell about that.
We're also going to hear from Tea Party favorite Rand Paul. He says they want to take their government back. And check this out. Here is the man doing cartwheels last night. He was so excited in Colorado.
Oh, the sights and sounds of Decision 2010 after local news and weather.
Those are the last.
To me, that's an earthquake. It is. It's a huge message sent.
There is Sarah Palin reacting to the election results last night. Republicans winning control of the House. She was not on the ballot last night, but she was right in the thick of this campaign, endorsing more than 60 candidates. Now, it wasn't enough for all of them. We're going to talk this morning to one of the Mama Grizzlies who lost, Christine O'Donnell in Delaware, but it was a big night for Sarah Palin. What it means for her is something we're going to discuss ahead as well. As we say, good morning, America. I'm George Stephanopoulos.
And I'm Robin Roberts. Also this morning, we're going to take a closer look at the Tea Party staying power. One of its early favorites, the new senator-elect from Kentucky, Rand Paul. He's going to join us this morning. So a lot of election results still to come ahead, but let's get to Juju Chang now for the rest of the morning's news. Good morning, Juju.
Good morning, Robin and George. There is some non-political news this morning. Wall Street is awaiting a big announcement today. The Federal Reserve is expected to give the economy another shot in the arm by buying billions of dollars in government bonds. The hope is that will lower interest rates and get consumers and businesses to spend more. There are new concerns about whether Iraq is prepared for next year's pullout of American troops. Tuesday was the deadliest day in Baghdad since May. 76 people died in a series of attacks. 58 died Sunday when a Christian church was attacked there. And in his memoir, out next week, former President Bush defends the invasion of Iraq, but admits he still has a sickening feeling about not finding weapons of mass destruction. In a copy of Decision Points obtained by the New York Times, the former president also says he seriously considered an offer by Vice President Cheney to drop off the 2004 ticket, saying Cheney was seen as a dark and heartless person, the Darth Vader of the administration. Accepting Dick's offer would be one way to demonstrate that I was in charge. But in the end, Mr. Bush says Cheney had done his job and was a friend, so he kept him on. And finally, in the news headlines, it looks like the typical Happy Meal will soon be illegal in San Francisco. City supervisors have voted to ban restaurants from giving away toys with any meals unless those meals have reduced calories, sugar, and fat. And that's a quick look at the news headlines at 7:32. Now back to you, Chris.
All right there, Juju. Thank you. If there was any doubt about it, last night's election confirmed the strength of the Tea Party and of Sarah Palin as a national figure. Palin endorsed 11 Senate candidates. 6 came away winners. 4 lost. Her home state of Alaska, you know, is too close to call right now. In the House, 21 of the 41 candidates she endorsed came out on top, with more than half a dozen still to be decided. And of the 11 governors she backed in last night's vote, 6 will take office. But there were some missteps on Palin's part, and her future as a potential national candidate is anything but certain. And Claire Shipman, good to have you here with us. Claire, you looked a lot deeper into this.
I did. Look, all eyes are on Sarah Palin right now. She showed her power last night. She's certainly claiming that she had a big impact. It's interesting because when you look at her pre-primary endorsement, she was batting a little bit better, about 69% on average. But what she does with that clout, that's the question.
You might call it the Palin effect, the new Republican kingmaker demonstrating her clout on Election Day.
That's an earthquake. It is. It's a huge message sent. It is a shakeup.
From the start, she pushed her candidates into the spotlight.
We need people like Sharon Engel, Joe Miller, Rand Paul, Tea Party Americans who are standing up and saying enough is enough, Kelly Ayotte and Nikki Haley, Christine O'Donnell.
And many of Palin's picks came out on top. Tea Party favorite Rand Paul in Kentucky, where exit polls show a majority don't like the job the president's doing and want to repeal health care.
Tonight, there's a Tea Party tidal wave, and we're sending a message to them.
And one of her mama Grizzlies, now Senator-elect Kelly Ayotte in New Hampshire, Governor-elect Nikki Haley in South Carolina, and incumbent Governor Rick Perry in Texas.
Not all of her picks paid off, of course. High-profile Sharon Angle in Nevada, Christine O'Donnell in Delaware both conceded.
Thank you, Governor Palin, for your endorsement.
And others, like Alaskan Joe Miller, are likely to remain in a long, messy fight as write-in votes are counted and analyzed.
But a big win for Mavericky, as she calls him, Marco Rubio, a Republican establishment favorite in the heavyweight state of Florida.
A second chance for Republicans to be what they said they were going to be not so long ago.
Many see the young Cuban American as a future party leader. And as for Sarah Palin, does she now turn her clout and her attention toward her own future in 2012?
Now, some would argue, Robin, that she's not doing exactly what she should be doing. If she's really looking at a run, she's not holding the right meetings, courting the right people. Others say, look, being a kingmaker's not such a bad move, but look for a lot of conflict with the Republican establishment. Recently, there were some suggestions that everybody wants to, on the Republican side, shut down the idea, at least in the Republican establishment, of a Palin candidacy. She reacted angrily to that, as you might imagine.
And they said, a lot of them said they wanted to get the election behind them, and then they would discuss Sarah Palin going forward.
So today.
Yes, so today would be it. That's right, Claire. Thank you. We're joined now exclusively by someone Sarah Palin supported. You heard about her, a Tea Party favorite who lost last night in the Delaware Senate race to Chris Coons. Christine O'Donnell is joining us live from Dover, Delaware. Thank you so much for getting up this morning. It was great to see the support of your family. We saw your brother, who was quite emotional last night. Do you think Sarah Palin, if she had come to Delaware like she said she was going to do, but she never did, do you think that could have made a difference for you?
Well, you know, here in Delaware, it was a straight ticket loss for Delaware Republicans, so I don't take it personally. If it was about me or if there's anything we could have done differently, the margin would have been different than the other state candidates who lost. I think the only thing that really would have made a difference is if the Delaware GOP had unified. Unfortunately, that still hasn't happened, and in states like Kentucky, where the party leadership immediately rallied behind the people, that the person that the people chose to represent Kentucky Republicans on the ballot. If we had done that here in Delaware, I think there would have been a drastically different outcome. You know, we spent, the good 4 weeks after the campaign reaching out to many Delaware prominent Republicans. By the time we earned their support, we had about 2 weeks left.
Right.
So if there had been solidarity right off the bat, I think this outcome would have been different for all the Republicans on the ballot, because it was all about turnout. And there's a lot of independents in Delaware, and polling showed that those independents didn't want their taxes raised either. And, even with the top 2% tax that Harry Reid was just talking about, raising taxes on just the top 2%, they're the small business owners. They're the small business owners in Delaware who are registered independent, but who are with us. And if we had united as a party, we could have reached out to them. I think it could have been different.
You say you don't take it personally, and I can certainly understand that, but, when Karl Rove, who was extremely vocal in not supporting you, and even last night, he said, it gives me no pleasure to say that she was unlikely to win, but this again provides a lesson. What do you say to those critics who say, someone like yourself with some extreme stances can win in the primary, but but you're not electable when it comes to general election?
The lesson to be learned is to unite. Let the people have a voice in their party. Again, polling shows that independents are with us on the issues, but there was so much infighting, we never were able to get our message out. And to transition into a general election with the way that we had to, it was too heavy of a lift for one campaign to do by itself. My opponent had his state party, the DNC, the Democratic Senatorial Committee, the President, the White House, all pushing down on this election. So given the pressures that it was our campaign against the whole Democratic establishment, including the White House, the margin should have been a lot bigger. We should have lost by 30. So I'm very proud of our results, and it speaks to the potential that would have been there. And I think the only lesson that Karl Rove should be taking away from this is to let the people of the Republican Party decide who's going to be on the ballot. Once they decide, use your influence to get behind them. He could have made a difference.
Something tells me we have not seen the last of Christine O'Donnell on the political scene. Is that true?
Well, I'll tell you, I've met so many people on the campaign trail that I've just fallen in love with. Their stories are powerful. They're concerned about the tax increases coming, even on the top 2%, because they're the small business owners, they're the farmers. The death tax being reinstated on January 1st, that's something that I wanted to try to take up this lame duck session. So our fight to influence what happens in this lame duck session isn't over just because the election's over. You know, we have a voice. We began to raise awareness about what's going to happen. Under the top 2% of income earners are the small business owners who have owned corner stores for years and, you know, even decades, like Victor Rodriguez. If you've seen the families on our 30-minute video, they're real people with real stories, with heavy pressures about what's going to happen this January. And I'd like to see what we can do to continue to be a voice for them and see what we can to positively change the direction of our country. Then we'll figure out what to do next.
All right. Well, Christine O'Donnell, thank you very much for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Robin.
All the best going forward.
Thank you.
It is 40 minutes after the hour, 7:40. Let's get over to we're going to give you more time for the weather this time, Sam.
Hey, good morning, Robin. We're going to start with this area of low pressure that will run the southeast and then curve up the mid-Atlantic, so it's a player for a while. Big heavy rainfall totals in Louisiana, southern Alabama, and Mississippi today. Also, Florida will get into some rain that'll be above 2 inches in some locations. Then that system will run around the North Atlantic, so it's probably late tonight into Washington, D.C., and then the following day into New York City that you'll get some moisture out of that. Then there's a cool down, but not for the next couple of days. And when we see 90 and 93 in L.A., we're a little concerned about the heat and the wind together and some brush fires and wildfires in that area. You've got 1 or 2 that have kicked up in the past 48 hours, and likely that we'll see more, so keep an eye on that. It is gorgeous right in the middle of the country today, from Midland, Odessa to Dallas to Kansas City to Des Moines to Omaha. 60s and 70s. It's just perfect weather in that middle of the country. That's the weather around the nation. Here's what you can expect this morning.
So much to talk about this morning after the big election, so much to analyze, so much change to absorb. So we're joined here by 2 of my favorite analysts, Matt Dowd of National Journal, also our GMA contributor, and Democratic strategist Donna Brazile, longtime contributor to ABC. And Matt, let me begin with you. It's not just this election. Let's take a step back. We have now had 3 straight elections, 2006, 2008, yesterday in 2010, where you have a political earthquake every time.
Yeah, it's interesting to me, and if you even take a few steps further back, I think this sort of began when we had a dead-even election in 2000, and then the country divided. Obviously, 9/11 happened, but ever since that divided election, the country keeps, every single election keeps sending a different message. They say, I'm dissatisfied, and their speed at which we want change has gone along with our technology, that we want it now. There's no longer a wait. We're not going to wait 2 years. We're not going to wait 4 years. We want it now.
And he brings up this important point about a more divided country, and it's likely to get even more divided coming out of yesterday, Donna. You know, if you look at the Republican Party, more purists elected in the Republican Party. The Democrats lost so many of those Democrats who had crossed over and worked with the Republicans in the past. So we're going to face this question going into the next 2 years of, can anything get done, and will this cycle that we've seen over the last several years get even worse?
George, what's interesting is that the country would like to see both political parties come to the middle and figure out some common sense solutions. But many of the moderates and centrists of both political parties, they've been purged. They've been voted out of office. So how do the president today will face a major character test? On one hand, he has to say to the voters, I heard you. On the other hand, he has to reach out to the Republicans and say, look, I want to work with you. But then the president must also reaffirm his principles, go back to the basics, so that voters who voted for him in 2008 will see President Obama reasserting his leadership on big issues like the economy, health care, and some of the other things going forward.
And Matt, I wonder where this leaves all these voters in the middle. What we've seen are these independent voters swing back and forth on each one of these elections. In the next election in 2012, they can either lash out at a Republican House or at a Democratic president and Senate.
Well, that's what's interesting. I think these independents have sent a message, and I think it's both to Speaker-elect Boehner and to Barack Obama, as along with what Donna said, is that we want you all to get along and work this out together. And I think as Speaker Boehner's margin increased, the pressure on him and the pressure on Barack Obama is even grown increased. The other thing I think is interesting about this election is that what Barack Obama did, what Ronald Reagan, George Bush, and Dwight Eisenhower couldn't do, which is give the Republicans a solid margin in the U.S. House of Representatives. This will be the most solid margin in the U.S. House of Representatives since 1947 that the Republicans have.
Most solid margin. And looking ahead, Donna, to 2012, both Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton came back from big midterm defeats. The president is going to have to do it with a much tougher economy right now. And if you look at the map last night, he lost so many of the states that he'll have to win to get reelected.
This was an electoral earthquake for President Obama, but I believe that President Obama, if he can display the kind of leadership that the American people voted for in 2008, bring both parties together, voters will give him a second chance, the same way they gave Republicans one last night.
I wish we had more time. We don't, but I do want to leave. Let's take one more look at Ed Perlmutter doing those cartwheels in Colorado last night. We'll be right back.
Still to come, actress Portia de Rossi joins us live in our 8:30 half hour to talk about her struggle with eating disorders, weighing only 82 pounds at one point, how she finally got healthy and happy.
Plus, all the highlights from last night's Dancing with the Stars. I need that catch-up today. The latest couple to leave will join us live.
This is a special edition of Good Morning America Vote 2010 with Robin Roberts and George Stephanopoulos live from Times Square.
And Good Morning America on this morning after the landmark midterm elections. We'll have complete analysis and talk to one of the Tea Party stars of the night. That is Kentucky's new Senator-elect Rand Paul, who said in his acceptance speech that the Tea Party has got to take back the government.
That is coming right up. We have a lot of other news to get to this morning as well, something my girls are concerned with. I think it hit a lot of people hard. Why is Demi Lovato getting medical treatment right now? The Camp Rock star quit the Jonas Brothers tour to get help for what's being called emotional and physical issues. What exactly does that mean? We're going to take a look at that ahead.
And we certainly wish her well. Plus, LeAnn Rimes, a star at the tender age of 14. Her life has had more drama than a country song, and now for the first time on camera, she talks about the breakup of her marriage, plus the latest on her music career, and I'll bring you that interview in just moments.
That is part of your big special on tonight in the Spotlight All Access Nashville. We'll be looking forward to it. We are looking forward to that. Also had this morning the secret life that nearly killed Portia de Rossi. She's here live to talk about the eating disorder that saw her shrink to an alarming 82 pounds. Whoa. But her much healthier and happy life today with Ellen DeGeneres.
She is very happy these days. And another couple leaves the ballroom floor. Rick Fox and Cheryl Burke booted last night from Dancing with the Stars, and they're going to join us live coming up in our last half hour.
But we begin with the latest on Tuesday's elections and the Republican resurgence. Jake Tapper joins us from the White House, where the president is expected to address the nation, have a press conference in about 2 hours. Jake?
That's right, George. We're told that we will hear from a conciliatory President Obama in just a bit, extending an olive branch to Republicans, making sure that he conveys to the American people that he hears them, he sees the message, hears the message of admonition that the American people want Washington to focus on the economy and jobs, want Democrats and Republicans to work together. That's the message that the White House is taking from last night. President Obama reached out to soon-to-be Speaker John Boehner, Republican of Ohio, around midnight last night. The White House was expecting to lose the House. They did not know how bad it was going to be. One top Democrat, after seeing the results come in, called it a bloodbath with huge swaths of House Democrats taken out in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Virginia, Indiana, as the sun set from east to west. The next step, of course, for the president is trying to find areas of agreement, areas where he does think he can work with the Republicans, small business tax credits. Maybe there's room for a negotiation on the Bush tax cuts. The president has said he does not want them extended for those making over $250,000 a year. He might have to give on that a little. There's also talk of compromise and conciliation when it comes to issues like energy and education, the START treaty with Russia. So that's the president's agenda right now. In addition to that one call to John Boehner, he also called more than 60 members of Congress. Most of those were calls offering his consolation for losing last night. A lot of Democrats that the White House wanted to win, that they were holding out hope, watching the races, did not pull it out last night. Congressman Tom Perriello in Virginia, for example, Governor Strickland in Ohio. George?
Thanks, Jake. And now we're going to talk to the man who said he was elected last night to take our country back. He was the Paul Revere of the Tea Party movement, Rand Paul, the new senator from Kentucky. Senator-elect Paul, congratulations this morning.
Glad to be with you, George.
So what was the #1 thing you were elected to do?
Well, I think the #1 thing from the Tea Party has always been that we're concerned about the debt. We're also kind of a little bit annoyed or discontented that we have to balance our own individual family budgets, and Congress doesn't seem to have any regard for balancing their budget. And the Tea Party want them to step up, and they want them to balance their budget.
Okay, well, let's talk about how you're going to do that right now. The immediate question facing the Congress right now is what to do about these tax cuts that are set to expire at the end of this year. President Obama has said up until now that he doesn't want to extend the tax cuts for people making over $250,000. He says if you do that, it's going to cost too much, $700 billion additional to the deficit. Are you willing to go along with him on that?
Well, I think what it is it's a spending problem, not a revenue problem. You know, we bring in $2.4 trillion, but we spend nearly $4 trillion. I think you could have a Great Depression on your hand and not a Great Recession if you raise taxes right now.
So will you come up with $700 billion in spending cuts right now to match that tax cut?
If you're honest about how large this problem is, you have to look at the length and breadth and width of the entire budget. Every program has to be looked at, evaluated. Waste, fraud, abuse, and overspending have to be cut from all segments of the budget.
But Senator, you know that waste, fraud, and abuse is one of the oldest phrases in the political playbook. The difficulty is when you get from the generalities of spending cuts to the specifics of actual programs like Social Security, Medicare, student loans. Are you saying every one of those programs is on the table?
You really have to look at everything. So many of the people who go to Washington or who are in Washington will say, oh, we're going to roll back discretionary spending to pre-Obama levels. Well, yeah, right. That'll balance the budget in about 100 years. Spending is way out of control, and we have to do something about it. So I don't look at this as a career opportunity for me. I look at this as a chance to go and fix what's broken and then maybe come back to my medical practice. You know, that's what I would like to do, and I think we need more people like that.
So even if it means you're going to be a one-term senator, you're willing to say we are going to cut Medicare, we're going to cut Social Security in order to balance this budget?
Let's figure out how to fund them. I don't think it's appropriate that we borrow money from China to pay for our Social Security. I don't think it's appropriate that we took money from the trust fund and put it in the general fund and spent it. And those are the kind of things that fundamentally have to be fixed.
The only way to get to the kind of cuts you're talking about is to have dramatic reform, and that's going to mean fewer benefits for people who are on Social Security and Medicare.
Ultimately, young people are living longer. The life expectancy is much different than the 1930s. So we will have to look at changing the eligibility ultimately, or we just say we're going to keep borrowing for these programs. I want to put them on a sound foundation. The sooner we make the changes, the better.
You also just said we have to really look at this question of whether we should continue to borrow money from China to pay for these programs. You're going to face that question immediately when you go to the Senate this spring, and you have to face this question of whether or not to raise the debt limit of the United States so we can borrow more money from China and other nations. Will you filibuster any attempt to raise the debt limit?
I think exactly what tactics we'll use will have to be discussed, and I do plan on working with others to see what the best strategy is. I will tell you, though, that I don't think adding debt is a good idea. I think cutting spending is what we have to do, and you need some people with principle in Washington who will stand up and say enough's enough.
And if that means taking on your party's own leaders, you're going to do it?
Well, I think I'll fight for what's right. I think for the most part that it's really not about individual personalities. I don't want to make it that way. I think I'll find actually people that will reach across the aisle. Like I say, I'm not afraid to point out hypocrisy, but I'm also a fairly pleasant guy. I'm willing to work with people, and I'm not as, as out there as people might say. I think most of the things that I'm for are very mainstream.
And if the president were to call you today before his press conference and ask you, what do you think I should talk about? You won last night. What would you tell him?
I'd tell him that my kids would like to meet his kids. As far as what I would tell him is that I think we can work together, but the compromise has to be where you cut spending. It's not really raising taxes. The thing is that we're all interconnected in the economy. We work for rich people. We buy stuff from rich people. Some people are rich newscasters, you know. The thing is we shouldn't somehow say that we want to punish one segment of the economy, because that punishes the economy overall.
Okay, Senator-elect Paul, congratulations. You have your work cut out for you in Washington.
Thanks, George.
So maybe in this new Washington, the Obama girls are going to meet the Paul kids. We will find out. We are going to hear from the president later this afternoon. A press conference at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I'll be anchoring that on the network for a special report. But now let's get to Juju Chang with the rest of the morning's news.
Good morning, George and Robin, and good morning again, everyone. Well, supporters of the ballot measure to legalize marijuana in California are not celebrating high times this morning. Conservative older voters were key in defeating the state's proposition 54-46. The Federal Reserve is expected to announce new steps to jolt the economy today. The central bank is looking to lower borrowing costs, making it easier for businesses and consumers to get a loan. But most economists doubt it will do much to revive spending. Overseas now, Indonesia's most active volcano is at it again, unleashing its biggest eruption since it began spewing ash last week. Hot clouds were felt 6 miles away, forcing authorities to relocate refugee shelters. And disappointing news in the fight against Alzheimer's. A new study has found fish oil supplements do not slow mental or physical decline in Alzheimer's patients with mild to moderate cases, as was previously hoped. And now a rare birth at the zoo in Atlanta. A 13-year-old giant panda gave birth just hours ago and seems to be taking good care of her newborn, who's about the size of a cell phone. The beautiful cub is a product of artificial insemination, and in keeping with Chinese tradition, the cub will not be named for 100 days. And that's the news at 8:10. Time now for the weather with Sam Champion. Sam, it was the baby mother panda's third baby panda.
The third baby panda. Good morning, everybody. Let it out. Say hi to Juju. It is a very large day after Election Day crowd, and you guys are from?
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Milwaukee, and it's you and I, and then Atlanta, taking all... There are so many people here from Atlanta. That town must be just completely no lights on today. Just no one. No one's in town. They're all here. Let's get to the board. What don't you think going on we want to talk about this morning as you head out the door? We're going to start with this blast of colder air. This is an important cold front because not only will it lead some rain from the deep south all the way up the mid-Atlantic over the next 48 hours and maybe a few after that, but it's going to be a shot of cold air that gets in here right after. So from Minneapolis to Chicago, well down into Atlanta area, you're going to get some rain, then you're going to get some cold air. Here comes the heat in the southwest, and when we see numbers this far above normal, in some cases 20 degrees above normal, Los Angeles goes to 93 degrees. Yeah, Palm Springs may be in that record territory as well. Then we're a little concerned about those brush fires, so just keep an eye open there. That's the weather around the nation. Here's what you can expect this morning.
Good morning. On this Wednesday, a couple of weather stories. First, the sunshine is 70 degrees at 11 o'clock at Montgomery and Washington, the beginning of the Giants parade. At the end, the temperatures will hit the mid-70s at Civic Center Plaza. It's going to be absolutely gorgeous. For the rest of us, let's talk about some record high temperatures. Look at your city, look for the asterisk, and that's where we could possibly set one. We'll have mid to upper 70s, Half Moon Bay, San Francisco, Richmond, Clear Lake, everybody else in the low to mid 80s. We'll be close to record highs tomorrow, cooler with a chance of rain starting Friday.
There is a lot more coming from Times Square this morning. George?
Thank you, Sam. You know, so many of us were stunned by the news that Demi Lovato has left her worldwide tour with the Jonas Brothers to get medical treatment. The 18-year-old has had a blockbuster career so far, but was the pressure of so much success too much? Andrew Kenny looked into the story behind this real sudden departure from the spotlight.
Yeah, and George, it is really sad. Well, we're talking about a girl here. Her career skyrocketed at such a young age, so there has been a lot of pressure, and she's been through a lot this year, including a breakup with Joe Jonas and a history of problems that seem to have finally taken their toll.
She's a Disney princess.
She's willing to be your queen.
A movie star.
Camp Rock versus Camp Star, the final jam.
And musician. But life in the limelight for Demi Lovato has come to an abrupt halt. In a statement from her spokesperson, it was announced that Lovato left her tour early this weekend in order to seek medical treatment for emotional and physical issues she has dealt with for some time. Demi has decided to take personal responsibility for her actions and seek help.
A Disney star drops out of her concert tour.
Disney star Demi Lovato in treatment?
The 18-year-old has left her concert tour.
The news has rocked the entertainment community.
I give her great credit to go into rehab.
And surprised fans.
I feel like with a girl that's so pretty and has all the money in the world, she should be happy and not mind what people are saying about her.
It has also cut short her international tour with ex-boyfriend Joe Jonas and the Jonas Brothers, something the teen sensations had been looking forward to during a visit with Good Morning America this summer.
Because we're all going on tour and it's going to be amazing.
A source close to Lovato's family tells ABC News that Demi has a long history of being bullied in school and has fought through eating disorders and struggled with cutting, something long rumored after the appearance of photos like this. That source also tells us a recent physical altercation with another member of her tour pushed her into making a decision to take control by reaching out for help.
Demi Lovato has been struggling for a while with these issues. From what I understand, there was a fight, and that led her to realize that perhaps she needed to go seek help.
The fact that Lovato says she was a victim of bullying is hardly a secret. She spoke about it 2 years ago with Ellen DeGeneres.
So here you were popular and getting bullied because you were popular? Is that why?
Well, I never really understood why it was at the moment until looking back, and I had a different lifestyle than everyone else.
She says the verbal abuse from other kids in middle school was so bad, she decided to be homeschooled and has since become a supporter of anti-bullying efforts.
Bullying prevention is my main platform, anything that I can do to make people aware so that it can stop.
But in light of her decision to get treatment, it seems even a megastar can struggle putting haunting demons to rest.
That's for sure. Hope she gets better. I will still buy her music. I still like her. I still would want to see her because she has an amazing voice.
Lovato also said in her statement she regrets not being able to finish her tour, but is looking forward to getting back to work in the near future. I have no doubt she will be wowing crowds sometime soon.
We are looking forward to that as well. Andrea Kenny, thanks very much. We want to know what you think about all this. Go to abcnews.com/GMA and weigh in on our shout-out board. And when we come back, Leanne Rimes in the spotlight with Robin.
I am delighted to bring you my hour-long special tonight in the Spotlight, All Access Nashville. Consider it your backstage pass inside the private lives of country music's biggest stars. So this morning I'm going to give you a little bit of a sneak peek, a look at my candid interview with LeAnn Rimes, who opens up about her career, her music, and for the first time on camera, the affair that made so many tabloid headlines this year. This is a LeAnn Rimes who burst on the scene in the mid-90s, singing the classic Unchained Melody. A little girl with a big voice and a bigger future.
And the best new artist is LeAnn Rimes.
At age 14, she made music history as the first country singer to win a Grammy as Best New Artist.
Tomorrow, I definitely will sit back and let this sink in. I haven't had time to let anything sink in right now. It's just happened so fast.
LeAnn Rimes. LeAnn Rimes. And there was no time for a childhood either. A non-stop schedule of shows and recording dates would gradually wear her down, as would a chronic and severe skin disorder that covered much of her body and would take years to control.
It was very discouraging because nothing really worked, and I felt like, kids would look at me strange, and oddly enough, all of a sudden then I had to be in the public eye in front of millions of people at 13.
You wrote so eloquently in your book, What I Cannot Change. You wrote, there would be days when I would wake up and not want to put on a show for anyone. When I didn't want to get dressed and prettied up for the day and sing. I just wanted to be. When I wasn't doing a show, I didn't know what to do with myself. Who was I without it?
You're going to make me cry thinking about it.
Who was I without it?
Yeah. Yeah. That's been my life. I'm really emotional today. I didn't sleep last night.
Oh.
No, yeah. I'm learning who I am without it. And that's the coolest thing about my life right now. That I have all of these incredible things happening, and I have a family, and
and I'm learning who I am without it.
Rhimes could never have predicted what would happen when she signed on to star in Northern Lights, a made-for-TV movie released last year.
Do you want to have sex?
I appreciate the offer.
It received more publicity for its off-screen drama than its on-screen plot, when rumors quickly spread that Leanne, who was then married to dancer Dean Sherman, was having an affair with leading actor Eddie Cibrian, who was married with 2 children to model Brandi Glanville. The tabloids caught wind of the romance, and the scandal became a sensation.
Was there one tabloid story that you picked up and you're like, that just...
One?
I mean, I know there were many, but was there one in particular that just sent you over the edge, that you read it and you were just...
Well, I think the biggest one, the first one that started out, was the fact that I was a stalker. I was like, really?
Well, I have to...
The fact that anyone would print that would actually even talking to my side, it was shocking. Yeah.
Their divorces are now final. Eddie moved into Leanne's home outside Los Angeles over the summer. This is the first time Eddie has spoken publicly about Leanne and their new lives.
The truth is that we're human beings. We make mistakes and we learn from them, but we're human. We fell in love.
Good, right there. You had 2 couples whose marriages didn't work, who really stumbled upon each other and fell in love. And never, ever was I thinking of hurting someone.
Boy, Robin, I was really surprised by how emotional she got there.
I was too, especially at that point when I was reading from her book. She's very open, really wanting this chapter of her life to move on. So we talk about that and a whole host of things. But I really had a pleasure also of talking to other country stars like Brad Paisley, who, by the way, is going to be here tomorrow performing. But I went out on tour with him, Foxborough Stadium, which is this huge football stadium, and he filled it. And like you, George, one of the nicest guys, just very easygoing. He and his wife, Kimberly, so he'll be part of the special. And Carrie Underwood, who just has exploded since American Idol 5 years ago, and she's newly married, went out on tour with her, and just couldn't pull it off.
Well, you have put so much work in this. It looks like it was a lot of fun, though.
Monday mornings I would come in here with my tongue hanging because I was in Nashville and other places so long, and Miranda Lambert, who has 9 CMA nominations, just terrific. So I had a lot of fun putting that together, so thanks for loaning me out and letting me do that. And you can see it all tonight at 10, 9 Central right here on ABC. Whew, looking forward to that.
Say Democrat and all the cast of the damn east side. There's no place to hide.
Did you all see this last night? Rick Fox, Cheryl Burke, 2 of my all-time faves. They were terrific. Absolutely. His highest scores yet. But yet, he and Cheryl voted off Dancing with the Stars. Oh! And they're so good to get up bright and early with us this morning. And so we'll talk to Rick and we'll talk to Cheryl coming up.
Still smiling. Still smiling this morning. Also this morning, we're going to have right here in the studio Portia de Rossi. And, you know, she's opening up now about this medical disorder that almost cost her her life. She's written about it in a brand new book, and she wanted to write this book because she wanted everyone to know that recovery is possible. You're going to talk to her in just a couple of minutes.
I'm telling you, George, it is so raw. It is so, she truly, as you said, opens up. So we look forward to talking to her in just a little bit, in just minutes. Plus, it's in stores tomorrow, but right now, here on GMA, I was wondering why Becky was doing this over here. An exclusive first look at Microsoft's Kinect. Why is the next step in video game technology being called revolutionary? We're going to show you. I saw her out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, what in the dickens is she doing?
Are you talking? I'm trying to get a high score here.
All right.
I wish I had the energy to do that this morning.
No one has Becky's energy.
Not this morning. No. Also, have you come up with the absolute best holiday recipe? We want to know about it. We got a brand new contest. It's Good Morning America's 12 Days of Cooking, your holiday favorites recipe challenge. That is a mouthful. What a title.
It truly is a mouthful. 5 lucky winners will come here to our studio, and they're going to cook for us in our 12 days of cooking.
Send the recipe to abcnews.com/GMA.
I have no idea what we're going to do next. Well, how about you? I have no excuse. You have an excuse because you're up all night with the elections. Sam Champion, ladies and gentlemen. Please, Sam Champion.
Thank you so much.
I was just thinking that the 12 days of cooking would be followed by 12 days of cardio. 9 days. I guess, you know, whatever. We'll work it out before we get there. Good morning, everybody. By the way, every now and then some signs are so wonderful, and you guys spend so much time getting the artwork exactly right. That is the best picture of me anyone has ever. I knew immediately who that was. Wait. That's it. Who drew that? Who's responsible for that? You. That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
You pictured the expression. I love everything right there. Let's get to the boards. One or two things going on this morning we want to talk about as you walk out the door. Hey, what about this storm, Tomas? And a lot of discussion about it in Haiti. Now, it's slowed down a little bit now, which means the path of this storm will be slightly more west than it was, but we're still talking about a very strong Category 1 hurricane. Remember, we're looking at winds in 70 to 80 mile per hour category here, 10, 15 inches of rain in the mountains there, and we've got an awful lot of people who were in tent cities still after that earthquake. So this is going to be a real problem for those folks to overcome. Into the southwest, we've got big heat today, and that's more than a day of it. Phoenix is 91 degrees, by the way, and that's the weather around the nation. Here's what you can expect this morning.
Good morning. The big weather story this Wednesday, sunshine, near record high temperatures. Look for the asterisk, and that's where we'll threaten one with the low to mid 80s in most neighborhoods. Mid to upper 70s around Half Moon Bay, San Francisco, Richmond, and Clear Lake. Almost as warm tomorrow, cooler starting Friday.
All that weather was brought to you by Ally Bank. Robin?
Okay, Sam, thank you. Portia de Rossi. You may know her as the glamorous actress from TV shows like Ally McBeal and Arrested Development, or you may know her as Portia DeGeneres, wife of funny woman Ellen DeGeneres. Actually did take her name. But she's someone who has struggled also for 15 years with anorexia and bulimia. It's just remarkable, her memoir. So open. Unbearable Lightness is what it's called, and it talks about the turmoil that she went through. Portia, it's great to see you.
Thanks, Robin.
I'm a little winded from walking up the steps so quickly, so sorry about that. I got to tell you, I've read my fair share of books, especially being on this program, but I'm hard-pressed to remember one that was just incredibly revealing and truly feel it's going to impact many lives, and it goes back to the root of it. And you were a model, which I didn't realize, at a very young age, at 12. It's tough being 12 anyway.
Yes,
but being a model in 12?
Yeah, it was, yes, a 12-year-old model. I mean, from that age, I learned that what I looked like was more important than what I thought, what I did, and who I was. And I think when your self-esteem is based on how you look, you're always going to be insecure. There's always a fresher face, a thinner girl. And while I was thin at 12, I still wasn't model thin, so I had to diet to be professional, to make sure that I kept working. And that's the start of it.
And that is the root of it.
Yeah.
So when we see you, and the first time that many of us got to know you was on the beloved show in the late 90s, Ally McBeal.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just a pop culture sensation. And to understand now through reading your book that you were miserable during that time?
Yes, it should have been the best time of my life. I mean, it's the kind of dream job that actresses just pray they get. And yet I was terrified of being exposed as gay. And I think that was really the hardest part of all of a sudden having some kind of celebrity and being on a hit TV show. Who I was completely unacceptable. So I had to create a character of someone I thought that people could accept. So it was hard.
And there was one paparazzi in particular that was just determined to out you, and she did. And in hindsight, you're like, hey, thanks a lot. It helped.
Yeah, well, she forced me to come out to my family. She forced me to live a more honest and more open life. So how can you be angry at someone that makes you more honest and ultimately a lot happier?
So you had all these things that were going on in your life, and even Ellen at the time did not realize that you had this problem, this eating disorder. But your family did know, and you wrote so eloquently about your brother, was it, who really thought you were going to die.
Yeah, it was actually when he saw me working out at a gym, and he saw how emaciated I'd become, and I'd never seen him cry before, but he just broke down and said, you're going to die. And although I didn't immediately gain weight, it kind of punctured that obsessive mind of the anorexic thinking, and it made me try to get a little healthier. And eventually, I really do credit him with turning things around for me.
Because at one point, 300 calories? Yeah. How do you eat just 300 calories? And
well, yeah, 300 calories for a long time. In fact, that was my diet ever since I was 12 years old. I would starve myself daily and then binge after the job was over. And so that was just the diet that I returned to every single time I needed to lose weight. So while I was in the depth of my illness, I would only eat 300 calories a day and obsessively work out. And
this is an ABC News election update.
Good morning. I'm George Stephanopoulos at ABC News headquarters in New York, and we're interrupting your regular programming because we're about to hear from the new Speaker of the House, second in line to the presidency, Ohio Congressman John Boehner. Let's recap where we are after last night's historic election. Republicans have picked up 59 seats so far in the House of Representatives, still about 9 seats outstanding, so that could climb above 60. That is the biggest gain for the Republican Party since the 1930s. In the Senate so far, they have picked up 6 seats, still 3 seats outstanding: Colorado, Washington, and Alaska, so that's not closed out yet. A big night for the Republican Party and an historic night for Ohio Congressman John Boehner. What a climb to power for this man. He calls himself the son of a tavern owner from southwestern Ohio, one of 12 brothers and sisters, working class roots. He ran a plastics company out of college and then began to run for public office. Was actually pushed out of the House leadership in the 1990s, but has fought his way back to the top, will now be Speaker of the House. One of the members of Congress, President Obama, called last night shortly after midnight to congratulate him, so I want to bring in Jake Tapper about that phone call. Conciliatory?
George, last night the president called Speaker Boehner, soon to be Speaker Boehner, at roughly midnight Eastern time. The president knew that it was likely that the Republicans were going to be taking control of the House. It was just a question of how big his margin would be. There's been a lot of tension between Boehner and President Obama over the past 2 years, with both sides eyeing the other with skepticism that they really wanted to work in a bipartisan fashion. But so far, what I'm hearing from both the White House and aides to Speaker Boehner, soon to be Speaker Boehner, is that they both want to go forward in a good faith effort.
And Congressman Boehner walks in now accompanied by the Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell and Governor Haley Barbour of Mississippi.
As you've heard me say last night, we are humbled by the trust that the American people have placed in us. And we recognize this is a time for us to roll up our sleeves and go to work on the people's priorities: creating jobs, cutting spending, and reforming the way Congress does its business. It's not just what the American people are demanding, it's what they are expecting from us. And the real question now is this: are we going to listen to the American people? Republicans have made a pledge to America, and our pledge is to listen to the American people and to focus on their priorities, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Last night, the president was kind enough to call me. We discussed working together on the American people's priorities: cutting spending, creating jobs. And we hope that he will continue to be willing to work with us on those priorities. But as I said last night, the new majority here in Congress will be the voice of the American people, and I think we clearly expressed that last night. We're going to continue and renew our efforts for a smaller, less costly, and more accountable government here in Washington, D.C. I also want to say thanks to my 2 colleagues. As you, most of you know, Senator McConnell and I have worked very closely together over the last 5 years or so. Haley Barbour and I have been friends for the last 20 years, and we have a real partnership, and I'm proud to stand here today with both of them. Mitch?
We heard there from Ohio Congressman John Boehner. He will be the next Speaker of the House, second in line to the President. Talked about his phone call with President Obama. Work with the President. 2 top priorities: cutting spending, creating jobs. Says the big question out of this election is, are we going to listen to the American people? We're going to return now to regular programming. We'll be back just around 1 o'clock for President Obama's press conference from the East Room of the White House, and we'll have much more tonight on World News, including Diane Sawyer's exclusive interview with the current House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. I'm George Stephanopoulos in New York. We'll see you in a bit.
This is an ABC News election update.
And Robin Roberts is on her way downstairs because she doesn't want to miss this. These eliminations have been crazy on Dancing with the Stars. Sometimes they come out of nowhere, seemingly. The scores in the top couple, and then all of a sudden, they're gone. Rick Fox and Cheryl Burke left the show. Here's how it all went down.
The couple with the lowest overall combined total and therefore leaving right now is Rick and Cheryl.
It's been a transformational journey for me. It's been amazing. My relationship has transformed with my girlfriend, my daughter. It's the most enjoyable time having her here and sharing this with me as well.
We just all felt that. Rick Fox and Cheryl Burke are with us this morning. Good morning to the two of you.
Hi. Good morning.
Morning.
We were just, I think everybody felt it, and that shock and surprise, and it was on everyone's face. And then, Rick, when you got choked up and you said that this has been such a transformational journey with your girlfriend and your daughter, what did you mean by that last night?
Well, this experience as a whole is something you can't put into words when you begin because you have no expectations, you have no understanding fully of what is going to be asked of you. You know you're going to learn how to dance, you're going to get to meet a partner who's great at dancing, but as you look out, as I look out over the last 7 weeks, I think about the relationship I have with my daughter that's grown. She loves the show. She's always watched it since second grade. But she got to come to the show and see her dad dance instead of me driving her to dance practice for the first time in her life. And then just as a partner with my girlfriend, getting to know each other through this pressured situation, as supportive as she was, I got to see her be the loving partner that I know she is.
Well, Rick, that's actually a beautiful gift to come away from a show with. Robin has just sat down with me as well because I know she didn't want to miss it. Now, Bruno called your all's quick steps.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Cheryl.
Your best performance and said you were full throttle. Now, we talked about this, and we've talked about this here on the show. When you're in the top 2 of the leaderboards, Cheryl, do you ever really think that, okay, you're going to go home?
No, you never think that. You just, you hope for the best. You hope people are voting. I think we may have gotten lost in the pack, and people may have thought we were going to be safe and maybe not voted for us that night. But that just shows you really need to vote. Every vote counts.
Well, my mom voted for you guys, just so you know, Mississippi.
Oh, thanks, Mom.
Thanks, Mom.
How did you guys deal with the height differential? You had to wear, what, like 4-inch heels,
wow.
Cheryl?
Yeah, I wore 4-inch heels.
Yep.
My feet, I'm actually wearing Uggs right now.
That's fine, you can put them down, right?
Yeah, my feet are killing me, but I had to do whatever I needed to do to try and get close to Rick's height, which didn't really work.
This is a big frame, so I had to dance, keep my posture, and Cheryl promised me she would dance up to my posture, and she sure enough did that. And I think of all the dances we did, and this was an exciting, fun one right here, Rock Week. My one disappointment is that we won't learn the foxtrot as a part of the show. Maybe we'll learn it together outside of the show.
Yeah, the one thing we know about this show is that people who go away don't go away. So we know you're going to come back, and we know we're going to get a chance to see you guys dance again. Yeah.
So what do you think is going to happen? You guys, it's been such a wide open season full of surprises, you two.
Yeah.
I think you may have a closer take on this. I know I have my enjoyment in regards to watching the fellow contestants perform. They're all great, all warranted to be where they're at right now in this competition, and I'm looking forward to seeing it go down to the wire.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. I mean, that's what makes this season so exciting is there's no clear front runner, so everyone just needs to vote for whoever you think should make the finals.
Or they may go home.
Well, that's true. That's true. Well, you're both are great sports. Thanks for getting up so early to be with us this morning.
You're two of our favorites, and we're sorry to see you go. So, yeah, those votes are important. And coming up next, the future of video games. Now, I don't know, there's something a little different. Becky Worley's been jumping up and down all morning about it.
You know, every year there's a hot holiday gift that's on everybody's lips, and we have an exclusive first look at Kinect for Xbox 360. Becky's already trying it out, and I should be doing it too. It's a new system that takes playing games, watching TV, listening to music literally out of your hands, and it's going to be in stores tomorrow, and we're going to get to try it out in a second. But first, let's get right to Becky Worley, who's literally jumping up and down at this information. information. But it's hands-free because there are sensors, right?
You got no controllers, no buttons to push, no joysticks, which makes it more intuitive. And, I mean, you've been doing this. It's active,
It's actually
right?
fun, but it's clearly Microsoft's answer to Wii.
You're right, and it's been 4 years since the Wii came out. This is what they're hoping is the next big play. It's an add-on to the Xbox 360 console. There's a camera that has a depth sensor that tracks all your movements in 3D. It has a multi-array microphone.
And it can see it if you move.
Oh, yeah. So, like, if I step out, too, watch this. It'll go to a single-player game.
All right, I'm on my own.
You are running the show there, Juju.
Thank you.
You go. I'm getting out of the way. Go, Juju. Go, Juju.
It's a little pricey, right? I mean, it's
right. I'm seriously getting out of your way. So if you get the entire thing, including the Xbox 360, it's $300.
Right.
If you just get the add-on to Xbox 360, then it's $150. But this has 17 games that'll come out between now and Christmas.
This is cool. Don't tell my boys, but I think it's kind of on the list.
Yeah.
Sam, we want you to
come on. This all sorts of start the yoga, guys.
This is the first time I've seen one that I really want.
This also here. Haley, I'll hold your jacket.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's on the ground.
So follow your instructor here. You are.
I don't know any of this.
Now put your arms out. There you go. Now see, look, you did it right. Your arms turned green. So now she said, okay, a little bit better.
A little bit. Okay.
See, you got green. It won't let you get away with being a lazy bum.
Okay, Robin. Robin knows how to do this. Robin, why are you here?
See, you just follow her.
Look how big your abs are. That's
how big my what is?
This is really, it will give you a fitness test, and then you basically figure out, okay, I want to work on toning or strength or cardio, and it'll tailor workouts for you. They're really making a play for moms. So this might be Mom and Holiday.
Moms are all over this one. Thanks so much, Becky Worley. It's the Xbox Connect.
That's right.
We'll be back. Stay with us.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Dairy Queen. This month, try DQ's Mini Blizzard Meal Deal, a double cheeseburger and a mini blizzard.
Who are you people?
Nice.
Okay, good.
Have a great day. I have no reflexes this morning.